Hello, peeps. I am indeed here. Um, it's been a pretty rough night. Um, Ended up pretty sick. I think it was from food. Not sure. Either way, um, that's what I get for eating garbage from town. Anyway, couldn't sleep much in between all that, and not that I ever sleep much anyway. Tried sort of everything though. Once I got everything sort of calmed down, started sprinkling at a certain point. I tried watching movies, tried favorite books, finding those on audio format anyway. God, I hate audio format. I really do. I don't like it. I'm never gonna get with it. Or behind it. But I tried. But couldn't concentrate on any of it. I eventually just stared off into the fucking darkness. Uh, Puzzles, fires, infernos, right? Anyway, mine's always going a million different directions, you know? Rolling over the what ifs, the is this wrong, is this right, is this fit, is it not, is this nothing, is this something? You latch on every now and then to things you think are absolutely impossible, absolutely bullshit. You try to figure out tools from not tools, you just all all the things. Now, there are just certain things in and about all of this that have always been like, eh, you know. And I'd love for any of these tragedy pimps to have ever been helpful in any regard, be able to trust any of them with anything. Just know that what they're saying or doing or this and is not for fuck around and find out purposes or bullshit or to get up to fuckery with or this and you can't. You absolutely cannot. It, like everything else, it's the same thing. It's a bunch of assholes slinging mud, jello, chaos, horseshit. all needful things. Same thing applied from June 15th. And then when these realms collided, damn sure didn't help anything. Didn't. Especially once they started directing each other, using each other, pumping out bullshit, targeting people, fucking with witnesses, trying to screw up shit on purpose, trying to set up shit, trying to make others look like XYZ. All the fucking motives, all the fucking money flow, you know. I don't know, man. Things you can piece together then versus things that can only be pieced together once time passes. Yes. Um, See things look clear sometimes with some distance. Time. Um, I don't know. Still all mess. Which would have been less one without the introduction of two realms creating chaos on purpose. With or for one another, whatever. Take that as you will. Also leads back into why others are like all about this Paramount thing, and me, I'm like, mm-mm. Much like the rest of the, you have these exposés on, and hell, how long have we seen it? That's the thing. I've seen them talk shit about Bullhorn, Molly Golightly, and Olivia from the time I got her. Wow. Holy shit, another one calling them out. It's like Vanity Fair, Rolling Stone, all these others. Oh, fucking wow. Bitch, all those motherfuckers are, and all they've ever been, are faces. They're not even the real super bad guys. And why does everybody always leave Justin out of that fuck shit? You ever notice that? Motherfucker has a front row of that shit. In another cases, Lockdown has a front row with those motherfuckers, and so do others. And Mallory in there at certain points. They a fucking break. Yeah. Those, but it's always JLR, Bullhorn, Olivia, Molly. Fucking wow. I mean, as y'all can clearly see, all they ever do is hit the ground. They're the main provocateurs. Their faces off. They're meant to cause the chaos and shake-ups they have big enough channels it brings in, right? The views to these little shit stains on the subway. It's their intended purpose. They all work together. People always leave out those above. Justin, JLR, Molly, Bullhorn, Olivia. They always leave out all the actual harmful motherfuckers who go on the ground and stay there. The little locals they always find to do fuck shit. The crazies, the super true crime junkies that'll travel for them, do all the fuck shit, feed back crap to those like you see here, like fucking ABs and the BKs and, you know, all these little. These are the ones that acquire people around the cases and so they push them off to mid-tier, and then there's even bigger ones. But it's always Bullhorn, Jail Art, Molly, Olivia. And, bitch, we all know all they ever do is pull the provocateur stance. And then that pulls eyes in here, leaves them with a buffer, the real criminal activity and the fuckery and the absolute everything extreme happens because of the lower tier pieces of shit who can be wrapped up, thrown off, threatened in the silences, the other la la la, keeping the mid and higher safe. That's it. It's fucking it. So I'm really sick of everything being. And of course, you know, you have the faces, the provocateurs. They do pay the others to get up to fuck shit, but they also, their only job is to sit pretty when they get places, go beat on a window, go look through something, and they have views. Brings them into this, you know, it does whatever. For the most part, their job's done. See these little shit stains, the midways, everything else, feed them the info they need while they're sitting pretty on the ground before they get here. A few days after, they party the fuck down. They go out and hold a sign, a fucking bullhorn. They do whatever. They are not the only problem inside these active and ongoing cases. They are not doing this alone. And they are not the ones doing the most harm, too. And I just can't get behind. It's like over here with the tragedy pimp circuit. When I watch these comments, it's always the same motherfuckers. Until I see one of these expose and hear them calling out the tragedy pimps, start putting the fucking, all of them where they belong, and together, and one for all and all for one, and musketeer style monster mashups, and all the in-betweens and the workings and how it goes, and how all these critters are involved and what their roles are and all of it, and down to the fucking locals involved in it in every case, because there always are, to some degree. Probably not the degree in which you're seeing in Summers, but there always are. Helpful little pick-me's and weirdos and people with small YouTube dreams and whatnot. They can always get up to shit, or they'll find one of their little subs or members who lives close. They'll throw them a couple bucks, do whatever, you know. They'll call them the nut bags, like P-Pad and others in places, you know. They'll be like, I'm gonna travel, you know, and they'll go do, and like Eileen and them, like, give me a break, you know. Until I see one of these motherfuckers around here, or those like Paramount and Vanity Fair, any of those, start concentrating on something besides just the faces of this fucking place, which essentially gives it, they look, bad attention's good attention. Okay? It'll bring in views on this shithole, who, by the way, if you notice right now, they're all trying to be like, look at me, I'm straight-laced, and, you know, all this weird shit's going on with views and things in here past few days. After the Paramount thing, I just, till I see one of these fucking channels out everybody's role in all of these cases. Orange Summers, you ain't doing work for nobody. You're just bringing more eyes, or the Mollys, the Chasings, the Justins, the fucking JLRs, Bullhorns, and Olivias. And even if they look bad, guess what? Time will pass, nobody will give a damn. It'll have brought subs, views, clicks, likes here to this shithole that could make itself look clean pretty quick. As you're seeing in the past few days, is there like, I'm being all straight-laced, as it's bringing views in this area, whatever. I just, because this is where the money flows. When it blows upwards, and shit's all whatever, and it gets back to the others. It's just, in essence, what you have is 4, 5, 6, depending on who joins the team, whatever times. Like you've seen Lockdown go in and out, you've seen Mallory go in and out, blah blah blah. Justin was full tilt in all that until Molly gets booted suddenly after certain people that got golden tickets to certain property, and then suddenly she gets booted off a platform for the wildest shit, the lamest shit, ever to be known in Molly's world. Somebody wanted her semi-sort of gone from here and to take over in ways, right? But either way, it's like fucking hokey pokey. With those, and they don't care. It's their jobs, okay? You think they aren't used to that? They're the faces of it. They're used to being called, oh, look at these cyber sleuths, they don't help, blah, blah, in every case. They don't care. Y'all can watch them sit there in these places and not actually do anything. Go yell at empty buildings and go try to set off actual physical altercations or hype up shit before they hit the ground for a couple days here and there around dates. There's always this danger aspect. And you don't really do anything. Motherfuckers don't even know enough about any of the cases ever when they hit there, man. It's this place that feeds the info. Their research teams, these lower tier ones that keep them on track while they're on the ground. When I see any of these exposed channels, any of them, start fitting in all the players and where they go and how this realm works around open and active cases, then I don't know if these people are doing it for the right reasons. Otherwise, to me, they're just all in on it. And they're trying to look like they're against it, but what they're doing is helping bring eyes to the main provocateurs. And then back over to this realm, main provocateurs and the bazillions pieces out there about all them over the years. Nothing new. What are you doing that's new? Not a damn thing. I mean, others haven't done. What I've yet to see anybody do here is put all of them where they belong and how they want it. And when I see that from one of these exposed channels, noise, or studios or media of any kind or journalists, that'll be the day I get behind it. And anybody just solely outing Molly and Justin and Mallory and Dolly and Lockdown and Bullhorn and Olivia, you ain't doing nothing to me, others ain't done. You're just helping them out. So you do what needs to be done with all of them and start putting them on where they belong. Sequence events, show the inner workings, the discords, the alt communications, the burrowing, the insertions, the blackmails, the crimes, how these like Lips and those locally like Lindos and Rojos and all these others and the Jennies and the Adrians chasing. the deeds, the angels, and all of them. How they all fit in, how they move, what they do. The cows. God, how many channels have there been? The shares, PGs, especially. You know, that bothers me. It really does. It's right up there for y'all to see. On my devastation, just a couple of them. Squall, Prayer Garden, Share, and BK caused and did, like, instantaneously, but especially PG and Squall and such. And their roles and everything. And J4 as well. Penny, her teams, those here on the ground. Fake Fed shit. Do you think Penny was the only one responsible for that? And after that, though, Linda and Scott and Q and Kraken and Ziggy and all them had contact with that fake Fed. Do you really think Penny's the only one goddamn responsible? Kelly Fustos and all them in the messengers. The only ones in the Discord with Camille. Hurricane Camille. Yeah. And of course you got Price. You got old Ginger Snap there. Gemini Hippie and 423 Chase. All the fake cops, the fake reporters, the fake things to everything. Fake feds, fake reporters, fake cops, fake undercover. Fake numbers, everything. You know, and honestly, last night, in the middle of trying not to throw up or get sick on myself again, I was like, another had like 6 fucking showers. I was just exhausted. Oh, it hits me. It's like, you know, if anybody out here really gave a damn, I mean, they'll call in all kinds of bullshit every day, right? All these stupid little whatever the fucks they are everywhere with all these creators and everybody else, but be like, oh, we're turning this into the fest, we're doing this, we're doing that, whatever, right? What about those closest to this fuck shit, these tragedy pimps, that knew damn good and well what they were doing with some of these things, which absolutely was siphoning up tips and leads away from real law enforcement and feds and to themselves in this realm about Summer's case from witnesses or whoever else. Those are out there still. Those closest to it know it. So if those people helping them do this or have knowledge of it, know where those are, who those went to, why don't they call the feds and go, look, there's a fuck ton of wrongly taken in tips and leads that are sitting here with these people that did it on purpose. Please go find these people. Here's the evidence I hold on them and proving that I know they were intaking all this stuff and taking away from real law enforcement, real feds, real tip lines, directing it to themselves or somebody else. Here's the proof I hold. Please go get warrants, but you know what I mean? Just here's the evidence, here's the proof. Because just in those may be the key. The thing, the very thing they're still looking. You don't hear any of them coming out here and out themselves or admitting knowledge of that. But we all know it's happened. It's been done right in front of your face. Right in front of the world. And somebody has to know something, right? What happened to see something, say something, eh? And a lot never will turn each other in because they're terrified of what it might mean for them in legal terms or charges. They'll destroy evidence of any affiliations there before they'll ever turn it in to do right by Summer. Even if it means the key sentence. With one of these assholes that can't figure out it's what it is because only law enforcement holds the rest. Anyway, that's where my thoughts were this morning. It's like, man, why not ask people, the people, the people in this shit-stained salad bar speck of a tragedy pimp arena, those closest to that, to please do the right thing. Silently, quietly, to turn it into the feds. Not some woo psychic shit or people in the billions or any of the regular subs and them who've heard something somewhere and been like, oh, well, I think this one creator had something to do with it. I'll call the feds and take up their time. It's not what I mean. I mean the actual ones involved in it or know about it and have proof and evidence of it. And know where they went and who took them in. So that way it's just a call or a few or and nothing to inundate, mislead, fuck with, or take unnecessary time away from these feds and working so much. And that maybe it's helpful in some way. I don't think any will do that though. Not on their own. Not even for summer. So those involved in the everyday will come here and call their bills. This, that, the other, try to discredit other people, do whatever. Hashtag Summer's name. Swear up and down they want her found, but they've been parts of this all along. Long before any of us were ever public, didn't realize we were being hunted, attempted to be acquired by any means necessary. Didn't understand what was coming quite yet. What had already inserted first few hours, you know. So anyway, when you all see one of these tragedy pimp channels swearing they're anti-tragedy pimp and they're exposing them all, if all they ever do is MGL, Bullhorn, Olivia, JLR, and they leave everybody else there, even half the main provocateurs, and they only concentrate on those 3 or 4, they're full of shit. They're not really trying to put all the things together in the way they go. They're not here to out and to show the workings of this group in case after case after case. They're not trying to show the world the real story, how it really works, how insidious, nefarious, fucking evil and gross it is, the shenanigans, the real tricks, and all this to save other families, victims, survivors, fighters, law enforcement, and courts and communities and witnesses and all these others around all these. They're just trying, in my opinion, to do what so many before done. How many over the years, even before I got here, how they were calling out MGL and all the rest. Come on now. So if you're only going to call it, you're only going to do pieces on 3 or 4 of them, I really don't have time for you. You're then only part of it, and you're doing it for reasons that are not with the best of intentions. Wow. It's like watching Lockdown. All of them, we're bringing you new shit. Yeah? Oh, wow, you're calling out the same people the provocateur is putting on. Oh my gosh. What a godsend you are. How you're really helping change the world, or change this environment, or hearts, or souls, or keep this shit from being normalized and pushed out to society, and people have to make up their own minds. You're not. No. You're either part of it for the bad and not the good, or you're part of actually wanting change and people to be held to account, and you're wanting this to stop, and you're wanting to show the world exactly how this works. It's one of that for me. If you're just gonna bring attention to fucking MGL, Olivia, Jailhorn, Bullhorn, you're like locked down there on a goddamn roof. Wow. It's fucking break. So, all that being said, my brain lid, as always, after those thoughts and all these things, many different directions, splinters. Yeah. Main questions today. Night, you know. And my brain goes into many different directions, and certain pieces roll over a bit more. Just depends. I want to chase each of them down, same time. You can't quite do all that, but there's things just constantly moving in and out and in and out. It's you always come up on these bits. One of those for me has always been the milk jug bit, right? Much like you guys, I guess. Me, I know for the longest time I wouldn't even look at it. Couldn't watch it. Still don't want to, don't like it. Just don't. At a certain point, we became aware that it come out or been released, whatever, and then public and weirdos and freaks on leash around the world, and some off their leashes started photoshopping, and you'd open up your damn device and somebody share grossest fucking edits somewhere in that picture, and otherwise it's so for a long time wouldn't even. As y'all know, I just nah, shit, nightmares made up. But um it for people who on June 15th were showing all the wrong pics and the bids and all this. And just me saying, hell, others there and otherwise were like, all the wrong everythings are being shown to police and otherwise. And all the hoaxes and what, certain people are capable of and the way all this is played out. It's like, some days they latch onto it and you roll it over again and again and again and again. If the time holds true that they'd put them at the house, considering that they, I guess, went straight to the house. But then, it goes back to the video actually from June 5th. Was that video at some point taken in the area it said to be? Yeah. Yeah. But do you know, once you make your way over here, that there's been the possibility of a giant ass lie that has persisted about that vid? The reason maybe Ainsley, in the news piece she did walking through the timeline day, says the last video of Summer is Warriors and they only use the steel pick in a different way, a little bit on for the milk jokes. Yeah, could be a reason. Do you know by others very close to Teresa and Melissa and whatnot at a mass that they proclaim to have proof of the timestamps and the metadata on it? Yeah, but they wouldn't share them. And their initial words is that they just were told that by Candace. It was confirmed by Candace. But those nearest to Unmasked couldn't even get them to share what they said they had, which was screenshots. They'd always tell them that, yep, they'd send it. Never did, though, right? Yeah. But, problem is, all these tragedy pimps do love stirring shit with one another. Fucking each other up. Drama factors. Because, that raises views while they've hashtagged Summer's name or one of our names in whatever title. And it's all to cast doubt, which, when you do that, could then be just simply used. Because doubt seeds drama, blah, 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 narratives, keeps their money train, all their bullshit. More live streams when hashtag Summer, pretend they care, do whatever, Yeah, that's what I'm told. It's like, and what I've known since very early after getting here. Like these messages. Nope. She told me the timestamp, but when I asked for a screenshot, she said she would send it and never did. Teresa from my man. I was like, God. And then I was talking about the art for life bullshit that Penny got on and set up, right? Whatever. But then it was yep, Candace didn't show the timestamps. So, and of course, in the middle of that, you have to put in that the two running unmasked suddenly went separate ways. All things were sort of hidden. Um, what could cause that big of a shift that suddenly, I don't know, maybe one didn't want to be associated with another one who'd put out something that was that large of misinformation. Don't know. Could be anything. Thing is, if Candace had proof of that and the timestamps, then she'd have them. And I've never seen her go back over that or shut cow or any of the rest of my knowledge. But then again, I don't watch and eat and breathe them either. I still try and waste, like, which we've come to find out is unwise, but also still wise. You know, you have pieces. That at the time were made by this one. And of course, this is BCS. And quote, Candace Bly's been messing with the timeline from the jump. Shit.
Welcome to Bedtime Stories Podcast.
But in that same breath, I'll say that the real timelines, maybe not the public's business, it could do detriment, I don't know. And maybe it's been made to be so. Or asked to be so. But that didn't really start being said until after I'd said things like that for a long time, and then suddenly others started parroting that as the reason they were putting out false shit the entire time, playing hoaxes and fucking with this place. Was because, safety reasons. I'm like, man, it's hell time to start parroting that. Okay. So I don't know, whatever.
Podcast. I'm your host, T. And if true crime is your jam, and like me, you enjoy delving into unsolved cases, trying to figure out who done it, please consider subscribing. Also, if you find value in my content, please hit that like button. Well, my true crime friends, we've experienced something of a tsunami when it comes to the timeline of June 15th, 2021, the day 5-year-old Summer Wells was reported missing, and the day when law enforcement says that she was last seen alive. The Tennessee Bureau of Investigation, or TBI, has said from early on that Summer was last seen on June 15th, and so I am now sticking to that date. However, one of the key times on June 15th that many of us have been working off of may be the stuff of fiction. And the credit for this discovery goes to Tiffany Marie, who meticulously analyzed WJHL's journalist Ansley Daniel.
I don't think it took anybody meticulously looking at the day that piece aired and go, wait a minute. Why'd you only show the Warriors video and only the still frame and then say the last video of Summer was that? Warriors. I'm pretty sure I didn't take meticulous anything. It's like, I swear to God, it's like some days you walk alone over here. It's like that goddamn black glove, bro. Talked about that shit days before. It's like, this is fucking stupid. Here are reasons this is stupid. You know? And every damn thieves don't take off with it after McDonald's been on thing. I'm like, am I in Stupidville around here? Okay, sure. Anyway, whatever.
Daniel's recent reporting about what we do know about the timeline on June 15th. A few days ago, Daniel went through what is known about the timeline and activities of that day. Listen to what Ansley Daniel said.
Desiree, along with a friend that Candace described as a minor, they keeps living here at Twitter casting art. It's where the last video of Summer was taken and then posted to TikTok.
Did you hear what Daniel stated about the video of Summer swimming at the fishing hole on June 15th of 2021? Listen again.
With a friend that Candace described as a minor, they keeps living here at Twitter casting art. It's where the last video of Summer was taken and then posted to TikTok.
Daniel very clearly states that the fishing hole is where the last known video of Summer was taken. This means that the 7-second video that was said to have been taken by Grandma Candy Horror by mistake of Summer in the back seat of the Silverado, sleeping against 2 milk jugs at 3:09 p.m. can no longer be taken as proof that Summer was alive and well at that point in time on June 15th. According to Tiffany Marie and Teresa of the YouTube channel Unmasked, Candace Bly was the person who sent that video of Summer and the milk to Unmasked, and it was also Candace who told Teresa that the video was taken on June 15th at 3:09 p.m. No evidence or proof of that time was ever shared with the people at Unmasked. With Ansley Daniel getting her information directly from law enforcement, I'm going to have to go with the last known video of Summer being the video of her swimming at the fishing hole that was uploaded to TikTok. I'm not sure of the exact hour when the video of Summer swimming at the fishing hole was taken. I believe it was around noon or sometime in the early afternoon. This is what Leslie Earhart, who works as the public information officer for the TBI, said.
her family reported her missing, they called the sheriff's office around 6:30. Prior to that, it was early afternoon when she left. And they searched for a little bit and reported her missing.
Just in case you didn't hear that clearly, Leslie Earhart said it was early afternoon when Summer was last seen. All this time, many in the true crime community have been using the 7-second video that Summer's grandmother was said to have taken by accident of Summer sleeping next to 2 gallons of milk as the last known video of Summer. Now, however, based on what Daniel just said, and knowing that her information comes from the TBI, it appears that the TBI is using the video of Summer swimming at the fishing hole as the last known video of the 5-year-old. Remember, the police can look at the metadata behind the videos and see exactly when they were taken, meaning on what day and at what.
Yeah, see. So, people look at it like, oh, well, she's putting this out in the public and it's not true, then whatever, but Ellie already knows it doesn't count. She's just bullshitting and doing whatever. Well, what's different there? You know? Or maybe it was meant to do that. I don't know. Either way. And I hate fucking around where tools could be involved. Because I don't want to fuck up shit.
What hour? If the TBI says that the video of Summer swimming at the fishing hole is the last known video of her, it means that.
But see, holding on throughout a 6-minute piece like this, for me, is hell. My brain splinters into 1,000 and goes, but this, and this, right? It's like I've always known. It's like just certain things. And it's so frustrating. Things I don't want to say, I feel like I can't say, shouldn't say. Aren't wise. Especially in a realm like this. But I'm so fucking frustrated. So frustrated.
That video of Summer sleeping up against the milk jugs does not apply to June 15th. And the time that we were told that that video was taken, 3:09 p.m. on June 15th, also has to be tossed out. We cannot accept those as being a legitimate part of the timeline. So now we cannot say for sure that Candace, Grandis, and Summer most likely arrived home around 3:20 p.m. or so. Now the timeline is completely wide open. Up until Jody Sue allegedly heard the scream.
Oh, okay.
If you want to believe that she did indeed hear that sound, or if you don't believe that she heard the scream, then the next official times that we have are the 911 calls, which come in at 6.
And then they've got to do me like this, right? And I'm not listening to all this, but obviously, because they're once again, give my name. I'm like, oh, really? We're mentioned again. And once again, you have another creator acting like I'm the only one that heard this. And like, I'm not willing for it to be explainable somehow, or all three of us to be wrong somehow, or I don't take it in that damn self. Good Lord. If you believe it, if you don't, I don't give a fuck. Okay?
21 p.m. and 6:26 p.m. Now, I'm also wondering if we need to throw out Allie's claim that H was dropped off at her home.
But then, my brain's already splintered into a million fragments, trying to chase down all the little things that I have, hold, do whatever, move them all, at the same fucking times in and out, and then this shit, and there goes the phone calls, and then that's more shit, because you know things about this, that, and the other, or whatever, and you start trying to move those as well, and you're like, it's frustrating as fuck. And because you're surrounded by so much fucking chaos, mud, assholes, monsters, stupid shit, and that shit, whatever shit, just all shit. Either way, what I do know, or what I think I know, or what I assume I know, look, it all, I don't know, man. It's just however you take it. Whatever puzzle that day, you know. The moment, whatever. And I may finish playing it here in a minute, but um you know, I just looking at that photo and video, okay. Even from the first, I'm like, fucking boxes, man. If there are groceries in those only come from one place, right? There's only one place I know that boxes groceries. I've always done this. That'd be McCoy's Salvage, right across from the other price list, on the opposite end of John B. from this price list. And if you notice, Grandvine in the McDonough interview goes, yeah, the one across from J&J Auto Sales. Well, the thing there is this. Places it on the end where you can go in and out towards Laurel Run, and the back roadway towards Ben Hill, and all that shit, you know. But what in the fuck would you be doing down that far? That day. Maybe you went to the McCoys, got the groceries, and then got the milk over at Priceless. You know, I know word on the ground here was that Ellie visited both. That's from people I know personally. And all footage from both were gathered, etc. Um, but then my brain goes, well, Hunter did say the groceries. He wasn't sure what they got. Um, but then he said they put them in the back of the truck. And then brain splinters go, okay, well, there's all this bullshit about milk jugs and the McDonough and Hunter. Seen them, they're here, they were there, he moves them, he doesn't want spilled, they're in his lap, whatever. And he's like, yeah, that's exactly where the baby's sitting when blah, 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 blah. But yeah, Hunter's like, that's not where I put them, It's just whatever, Why even put the milk up front if all the other groceries went in the back? It's a truck bed. Well, that's what I call it, because, well, it is a truck bed. Well, no kidding. I mean, like, milk here, milk there, here milk, there milk, everywhere milk. Yeah. Yeah, fucking know. Either way, whatever day, whatever, it's still weird to me that you have milk jugs propped up, one laying down, one up. And if you don't want them spilled or anything, I don't know many of us would dare put a milk jug on its side in case there's a leak or put pressure on it. But you have them like this, propped up with boxes, I don't know. And if those hold the groceries, there's only one place boxes are in here, and that would be McCoy's Salvage, directly across the street from the other price list. And the JJ's auto sales that, yeah, Grandma's like, yeah, right across from JJ's. And they're like, no, the other one, near the liquor store. And, okay, whatever. Then your brain goes, okay, well, I'm like, well, there's a 2-hour timeline. We can't talk about that. Okay, fine. Would that be like a 2:30 to 4:30 period? Why is there so very little talk of it, I mean, that ain't even never really touched on it as I can recall. Most interviews, but what I've watched, some of them, whatever, but it was always him asking, well, where was Summer? Where was this? Where was that? Milk jugs, whatever, blah, 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 right? But nobody really asked, hey, like, Grandma, did you see Candace Sr.? Where was she? Where was she? Sitting when they pulled up. What'd she say to you? What were the interactions like? Never mind. And I have so many damn questions, and there's something I've wanted to say for so long. But I do not want to, because I don't know why. Said or given to me by feds. I don't know why. And I don't want to disrupt anything. But goddamn, it's one of the most infuriating fucking pieces. And it even got me to apologize to one of these fucking assholes. Because I was like, well, shit, this is. We got this. And I thought, there's no way that could be wrong. And but the more it sat with me, even as they said it, I'm like, no. not possible, bro. What the fuck's really going on here? And so I don't know if it's said to fuck with me, or I would say it out loud so it did something, or to see if I'd say it out loud. I don't know. Don't know. Maybe it was meant to be said out loud. And that piece fucking really torments me. But I desperately don't want to harm anything. Now, I've never been told there's nothing I can't really say. I've asked, do I need to shut up? Do I need to not? Well, alright. Do whatever you want to do. But all I've got to go on is my own, you know. But man, it's just, there's been quite a few days. So I went over the audio in that milk jug video, and I mean, there was a certain place in this New Year's that this place is like, hey, GSP, do you think that's Grandis's voice? And I've went all the way back to her interviews with and about Rose and other clips and sound bites of her and pulled out and isolated, anything where she says no, and that includes the KNOW variety as well as the NO variety, and compared. You'll notice her voice can go deeper, be kind of gruff, like in the WJHL interview, and then other times you'll hear lilts of it where it's more feminine or more light toned in this area, whatever. But a lot of times Mayor goes, no, that's not right for the other nose you've pulled out and isolated, but in fact, you could be wrong. It's just the looks and tone, body language type thing when certain things are given or said to me. It's like, certain quality of just It worries the shit out of me on so many levels. And it all really goes back, not just to that video, but then with the milk jug, right? But it goes back to stuff like this.
Ran over and I freaked out. I called Donnie because that's what I do automatically. I freak out, you know. You called Donnie. I called Donnie. I said, I cannot find Summer. Come home now. He's like, call the cops. So I threw my phone down, back to pick up. Ran over to my mom, picked up her phone because the only one that gets out there is AT&T. Okay. So I picked up her phone. I dialed my mom. I cannot find my daughter. And they sent people out, and I wasn't just gonna stand there and wait for them to send people out. Right. I jumped in my mom's truck.
Problem is, you're there. You're there. You are there in real time with those moments that are said to be occurring or to have occurred in that manner, but did not. At least as far as you can tell. At least what you witnessed and heard and all these things do not line up with that right there. You know, half of that right there doesn't even make a good lick of fucking sense. Half of it's ass backwards to what you know to be true. How do you make it make sense? How do you make it make sense? And how do you step over and not harm anything? Not give more than you feel you should, so others can use it for bad or get by with, or how do you not fuck up tools, or and then you go with the fucks that matter in this realm. All these people do is all they ever do is take everything and twist it, bait it one way, eat it the other, use it to hashtag Summer's name in, to terrorize, torment, more fuck up, more shit, to inundate LE. And then scream, where's Summer? It's all everybody else's fault for the fucking guests. No. You got a bunch of dumbasses running around here. No offense, but a real large portion of low IQ having ass motherfuckers and conspiracy theorists and just dumb sumbitches who get up to dumb sumbitch type of shit. You got a whole host of humans out here who are incapable of doing anything but trying to make everything fit into whatever they want to believe to be true. And so they just piece and pick or whatever. Like, oh, we're just going to jam this circle into a square even if it doesn't work. Square into circle, triangle into whatever. And then you fucking go about making a goddamn mess. You know? This place is a fucking hellscape. Meant to destroy and to exploit, devastate, annihilate, purposefully. All those in and around these open and active cases. Real human beings, real witnesses, real jury pools, real court systems. I mean, to hunt everything down and to eat it, to acquire it, to eat it. Not to help, not to put pieces together. Though everybody here would say they're trying to, they've got all these little Discord groups and these research groups, and they're doing the Lord's work and Summer's work and cyber sleuthing. I mean, the only thing they're fucking doing is annihilate. I've looked here for Becca. I never said the other day that the swimming video was the fourth and not. Like, don't put that shit off on me, Ricky Bobby. It's been said it's other days. It's pretty common that knowledge out there just placed long before your republic was putting other dates, attributing other dates to it. So don't put that shit on me. And I've never been like, oh, that milk video or the Warriors video or the swim video or any of the other shit was any other day. And especially not the swim video. Because Ansley and Feds do go with that one. So I've never been like, oh no, that swimming video was on Expo City, because you can tell they absolutely do count that into the timeline for some. So don't put that shit up on me. Enhanced, will you go back, 3D Mac? Can you name any time in the past few days where I said that swimming video was on the fucking board. Where's your goddamn hands? And Jace, I don't know who you're telling to shut up. Okay. And Hans, do you recall at any point in any of this, in all these years that I've said that swimming video was on a different day? Mud pie, and the rest. I may have talked about others attributing the date or saying it was some other time, but I myself have never said that swimming hole video was on a different day. What do you think they're trying to distract from tonight, you guys? Hmm? No, it's not what you heard me say. Because I've always known, at least, tool usage or otherwise, that the feds and the media have always said that video counts and is part of the timeline. So I stick with that. And, now, in real time in the road, much like you've heard other witnesses like Dodson and him say, Candace was giving out videos of Summer and the boys swimming on a different day. And seemingly trying to make it like the boys were with her and Summer on the 15th. Maybe, possibly, if that was the intention, who knows? Could have just been her showing videos and people took it however they wanted to take it. Anyway. Hey, die enhanced mobile. You think we're off track now? Let me jump in this. Try to make it seem like some assholes heard something that was never said. Way it makes me look like I'm saying shit that I've never said, done, whatever, Good form of pebble drops and trying to make others watching from the bushes believe in bullshit and then my story changes or I've done XYZ, ain't it? Right in the middle of trying to get the points. Huh? You manipulative little fuckers. You think you're not seen. I'm pretty well over it. Do not make me turn this fucking bus around or get the chunkless out. Cause I ain't damn creators. Just part of it, right? I only have so many choices I cut. Chat down so far. Nobody does whatever. Look like I'm being mean, boxing everybody. I put everything on members only. Blah, blah, blah. It's just, Or I turn it all the way the fuck off. You weren't trying to clear up anything, Becker. You came in here bold ass statement going, but I heard you say 2 weeks ago that blah blah blah. It was a statement. It wasn't a question. It wasn't you trying to clear up. It was trying to pebble drop. Or it's looking for something I've talked about in reference to the others, trying to make people believe that or this or and then it's to get a clip side by side, right? Me going, I never said that. But then they can take a clip of me talking about other people doing that and make it look like I've said something I'm not said. Be like, oh, look, everyone. But that's not the case. Just all it takes is 2 seconds side by side, though, all taken out of context, right? See intention. Happens a lot around here. And I don't give a fuck. Those who want to listen, listen. Those who don't want to, well, oh dear. Enhanced. Oh my goodness. And in case y'all are unaware, Enhanced does copy and keep record of all my chats in here. Her and several others. I know this. Well aware of it. And it looks like you've been called out, Becca. Did you notice two popped up at the same time again? I'm asking for a friend. Weird. You've been subbed to me for months, but you're just learning about the case. Y'all do the math on that. Alright. Anyway, we're going to go back on track. Enhanced, where exactly was? Oh, yeah, I was being tormented out in the open public view by pieces given or said to me by the feds. How they held importance for me, how this place sucks, their games suck, how they're not here about somewhere around there, right, guys? This, will somebody, kindly ring TM? I'm sure her people are watching from the bushes somewhere in Discord. Maybe she'll make an appearance. One can. No needs. But in all fairness, it's like when you see the rest. You know I know. You know I know. So I had to do it 3 times Tiffany Marie, Tiffany Marie, Tiffany Marie. Oh, sick. Now, dog, you know she's always around here somewhere. I could message her, but I'm just leaving it. Anyway, so it just can't make sense so many days. Feels like millions.
Ran over. I freaked out. I called Donnie because that's what I do automatically. I freak out. You called Donnie. I called Donnie. I said I cannot find Summer. Come home now. He's like, call the cops. So I threw my phone down, back to pick up, ran over to my mom, picked up her phone because the only one that gets out there is AT&T. Okay. So I picked up her phone. I dialed her phone. I cannot find my daughter. And they sent people out, and I wasn't just gonna stand there and wait for them to send people out. I jumped in my mom's truck.
Implying by that point she had not searched property or up and down the road prior or anything like that. Alright. Implying she hadn't visited anyone, spoken to anybody, done any of the things. Also, it splinters off. Makes my brain splinter off into a million areas. Because it doesn't make a goddamn good lick of sense. Just doesn't, man. Because you know the top of that hill does not have to be left to get a call out by even phones that don't hold active service, but like most could get a 911 call out. Can't you be well aware of those areas? Um, we'll have a big deal about throwing a phone down in the back of a truck. Why is it you're not hearing these things during the time they should have been occurring, but you're hearing everything else. And in hearing everything else, you know the times for those things do not exist in between. The calls for summer, what's said to the boys, the length of time for the truck to have come in the driveway. What you learn within just a few seconds from that is, you know, you think a whole other person's in the car, but then it turns out to be down on the phone. Candace tells you she's getting ready to call law enforcement at that point. But the first call's going, but I just, and there's so much more to it that doesn't make a goddamn lick of sense. You know, it just doesn't make a lick of sense. And some of those pieces just, you know. Same thing happens every night, Pinky. They try to take over the world. Especially in that where there might be a point. So here's what we're gonna do. I'm just gonna ignore them tonight. Like I do most nights, right? Try to anyway. Yeah, somebody desperately doesn't want the time. I don't give a fuck. 75% trolls, eh? face the wrath of the 75%. Look at what Mullen and them said, and Dawn and others. And to me, in particular. For hell, who knows? Tragedy pimps out here wanting to make me think that it is always directed by team effort. You know, super targeting of. I don't give a shit really anymore these days. Is it Monster and his team? Is it C&D and their teams? Is it, or is it just tragedy pimps and their own crimes and all the bullshit they've got to hide and the discrediting efforts and also blah blah blah? Hell, it's probably a goddamn combo. Do I care? No. Not. Yet, I mean, hell, aren't they all the same people though? C&D, Monster, the rest. We all wound up with the same teams, same darkness, shadows. So's Fred, so are the rest. So are half the goddamn little locals here who've inserted and fucked around with Summer's case on purpose. First. Minutes, hours, led back to this room. Yeah, hell. I'm really the only odd man out. The only one really not slinging chaos in my never intentionally. The one not out here singing shit where it doesn't really belong. Putting out every name and everything. Going, I don't know, I don't remember, all this other shit, I ain't the one out here asking creators or others to target or terrorize or harm, tamper with, blackmail, fuck with those around. Not even Monster. The Monster installed, asked and requested and had it done and been part of it. C&D, Fred, all the others. And those in the shadows and the darkness that have crept in. Link back to this group. Goddamn scamathons. All the money movement and background. And in front of the world. Everybody and their brother seems to be interested in that. Always was, even before we became aware. I didn't know about Dawn's excited interview with Bobo. Tone changed, didn't know about this, didn't know about that. Hell, they played me like they didn't even know that shit was occurring, but they did turn. Have to find it. Didn't know that. And it's one of the few things I remember hearing this piece quite a while back. and think, that's odd. That's what my takeaway from it was. But I never watched Saul's interview. I still never watched all of it. But when he said it, though he was concentrated on putting out fucking Cotton's name, that didn't make shit to me, didn't mean shit. It was the other little bit he said. This is on Whistledowns. The little clip and of it was just somewhere when I was splintering that easy access and didn't have to cover the bones to grab it or do it with. Or to dig it out of almost.
Good. Well, where they had dropped hers, and it made mine pop up. That's why they grabbed mine right off the shelf real quick. That's why mine come into play. But it ain't got nothing to do with the summer. No, but
I don't think for a second that you're involved in Summerwell's case. I think that Andy Bernard is, and I don't.
Well, Hayden's probably got something involved. Another person I believe was involved that we discussed yesterday. I discussed it with some of the bigger dudes, and
yeah,
they're supposed to be checking a certain area out, and they're more likely found her.
Who's the other person that you, Marlena Crawford?
No, he's done pass away.
Oh, another person involved, you think?
Yeah.
Are you thinking?
Passed away.
Who?
No, it was Cotton Simpson.
Cotton Simpson. And passed away in jail?
No,
or prison?
He fell off a cliff on the backside of Laurel Park. They're trying to go to a cave. This is something I just found out myself that I was questioned about, and he had mentioned a bunch of stuff to me that actually I didn't take seriously at first, but it's probably where she is. You know, that's where it started out at first, at Laurel Park.
Isn't that where that waterfall thing is?
Yes. Yep.
Like the Sensible Tunnel?
There's a hidden department in behind it.
Is that where the Sensible Tunnel is? Sensible.
That's where they're kind of.
No bones. Thinking sensible on that one, or just you can. She calls it sensible.
Her body is.
The police have questioned you since you've been in there?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yesterday.
Yeah, people were wondering about that if they were going to. The police have questioned you.
Listen, because fuck the rest of the bullshit.
Since you've been in there?
That's where they're kind of saying her body is.
The police have questioned you since you've been in there?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yesterday.
Yeah, people were wondering about that if they were going to try to. Have they been nice to you? Like when they were questioning you?
Well, they brought it up about something about the reward money and shit.
Did you catch it? They talked to him to death, and he was apparently irritated with that, but he takes different tone while he said. And he says they talked to me to death about the reward fund.
I know I ain't want to.
Have they been nice to you? Like when they were questioning you?
Well, they brought it up about something about the reward money and shit. I know I ain't want to. Anyway.
he doesn't finish that. He goes, I told him I didn't want nothing to, well, anyway. So it gives you the idea that he was questioned about whether he was after the reward money or whether he knew others were. Because he's like, I told him I didn't want nothing to do with, you know. What on earth am I give him that idea, or that people around Summer could have been, or something could have been, and that he was apparently questioned to a degree over it that irritated him, and then he clammed up and was like, well, anyway, why would the police be questioning the shit of Fred Butler? And whether so anyway, in the way back, I remember catching that piece. It was the only real interesting piece, and I never did watch all that. Still never have. Good one book. But yeah, anyway. I noticed when he's talking about Lower Run Falls, he's like, well, they say that's where. So, who the fuck's they? That's implying it's not Cotton that said that to him, it's some other shit. I mean, I don't know. It's all that garbage, too. It's garbage. That's exactly what it is. So, but that bit about the reward fund, that sticks. Oh my gosh, y'all. Lockdown 27 minutes ago has done some sort of reenactment of the Scream. Let's listen.
What did the Stoics know about what separates successful people? I mean, truly effective people, whether it's in your career, your relationships, your...
AKA Jody Sue's old place. Alright, here we go. I'm going at the Andes, AKA Jody Sue's old place.
Oh, he's walking straight, but I was.
In exactly 3 minutes, Noelle's gonna yell. Grown woman, y'all know Noelle. She's gonna yell. I want to know if I'll be able to hear. It's tough to walk up this damn thing. Everything's hills here. I want to know if I'm able to hear a scream, as Jody Sue claims. Now, this is going to be the third time she done this. First 2 times, not able to hear, but 3 different locations. One at the place where I was shooting on top of the roof. One at the creek. So this is going to be at bottom of the driveway.
Your boy's made it to the top.
Hopefully Andy's here.
Oh, hopefully Andy's there.
Andy! Hey, Andy! Andy! Hey, Andy!
Let's take note right here. There are videos and audio and everything else of sounds between the hills, including the children, as in Summer and her brothers, and how they could clearly be heard on and from hill to hill. There's also video of all the dogs, different tones, including right after Summer vanished from inside the cabin to Dawn and Candace's property, showing that sounds do indeed. And Dawn's own testimony that indeed he could hear us screaming from our hill to theirs. So this is pretty stupid, just like it was from Jenny, Adrian, and nothing's been running over those branches. Anyway. Where to leave?
Where? Okay.
Oh dear, are you trespassing like them? The old monster was in chat going, if you got any questions, man.
I don't
Oh dear, the ruts are filled in with leaves and blind. Oh dear.
know. Which house is theirs? Is it that one?
He doesn't know which house is there. And, dude, that's not fucking house. Jesus.
Or is it not that one? Hey, Andy. Okay.
Oh look, my red Jeep.
It can't be this house. It has to be that house. It can't be this.
Cabin's gone.
However. Hey, Andy.
He knows damn good well he ain't there. There are no tire tracks, leaves are still in the divots. I think somebody's trespassing. Maybe. I know the other property owners would not be okay with this, but that's fine. Oh boy, done skirted out to Florida, see?
Probably got maybe another minute left. Down on the well.
Oh look, the other Jeeps about jackass and the pallets. And I guess Fred never come and got the fucking thing after the meat tab. Okay. Wow. Alright.
Oh, she's loud. I'll tell you this.
Y'all, he's nowhere near where we were when we heard it. And he also has no idea where it came from. Just like Jenny and Adrian. But literally the proof is over here that you can hear. Go look at my videos and shorts. Oh look. It's there. In the cabin. In the same foliage. In the same year. You can hear the noises. Well. From 110 to 125. Many places around 110 and 125. The proof is here. Just like it's here that you could hear the children on their regular days, as in Summer and her brothers. Just regular days. When they're just playing. There's videos here. And there's Don himself saying he could hear screams and such from ours to theirs.
Staying in Ben Hill. I can't hear dogs and shit, but inside the house, maybe faintly. But at nighttime, walking my dog.
Oh wait, he thinks we were in the house. Oh gosh. He thinks we were in the house, Enhanced. Where were we? And here's a hot tip. You know the video up here on my thing where you can clearly hear Summer and her brothers and their laughter and giggling and just normal play noises? Guess where that was taken, Lockdown? In the fucking main house, bro! With foliage, unlike this shit. See? None of you never need to do this. It's just... Y'all are already proven fucking wrong. And as the liars, while you try to discredit me. Proof's already here, you bunch of dipshits. Enhanced, am I wrong? Am I wrong? You've heard these clips and pieces and video and everything else yourself. the proof is here, is it not, Nance? Anybody else who's watched these videos, shorts, things I've shown, things that are posted, shared with you all? So not only inside the house could I hear regular noises from my kids. Over there at one dude. Summer and her brothers. Just as you all can. Well, it's Tiffany, yes. Would you care to grab a link and come up on panel with me? It's nothing nefarious.
Letting it pee. Going outside to let my dog out. I could hear the hooling and the echoing when I go outside. So just to give you an example of when you're in a house and out of house. I mean, it's an obvious thing. Y'all could recognize that. But being here, being that this is said to the media, trying to knock this misinformation down, I just wanted to do a test here. So far, nothing, no screams.
In lockdown, you know what? I'm so sick of this shit. I'm gonna go one further, cause I fucking can't. And because today's that goddamn day. Sick of you people. Sick of it. Alright, hold on a minute, Tim. Now, I don't know what dumbass universe lockdown lives in. Don't really care. But here's the message. Now, lockdown, I'm gonna tell you, unless you want to call all those around C and D who are trying to help, I guess, find Summer liars, and that they hold proof of, while you do not. Well, you do if you actually watch anything, and like the videos, shorts, you can tell her in the cabin, and sounds are coming from, and you can hear the kids playing even in the main house, and all that shit, you know. I don't know, you're a fucking idiot. You and L both are about as useless as Jenny and Adrian, but, we were all talking about you not that long ago, but, part of the message is Noelle doing a scream test to prove me. Yeah, apparently doesn't know the kids heard it too, laugh out loud. A liar. LOL. There's a reply to me saying he's planning on going to Ben Hill where he thinks I still live and streaming live. Moron. LOL. Anyway, so they're like, oh my god, I heard he was coming, but I didn't know when. What, another scream test? Not being anywhere near the time of year, which makes it beyond ridiculous. I just can't with these people. I was like, I guess he, much like chasing Jenny Adrian, are all dumb as fuck and still working for all the wrong folks, or tampering with witnesses. Apparently, Dawn and Candace haven't told him that it would be discrediting their own team who have proved it with us. And he hasn't even watched anything ever put out by me or even Dawn, proving sounds and the way they travel and can be heard, especially from their hill, etc. Laugh out loud. What you trying to do, Lockdown? Do you and Noel not understand that there's been testing conducted and such by others far better than you, and all this proven and cutting on even basic bitch devices and better before we ever even moved from that place? So good job on trying to discredit and making those trying to actually help find Summer look like they're lying too, even though they all have this absolutely firmly concreted on video and audio, much like I do here on my own fucking channel, bro. You and Noel, much like chasing Jenny and Adrian, are full of shit. And you're doing it for some reason. Now, once again, we heard what we heard. That's right, 3 of us. Does it mean it applies? Nope. Does it mean it's not explainable? No. But, I guess you and Noel just discredited Dawn and Candace's team, though they have and hold absolute proof of how sounds can do travel in really dense foliage, even right before we moved out of there. And since lockdown, are you unaware? Are you unaware? I'm gonna bet you're unaware of a whole lot of things, like the rest of the world around here. And for whatever motive or reason or grift, you're on this shit. Even though the proof here alone shows you all to be the ones lying. bullshitting and pushing out a narrative. Targeting witnesses, seemingly. Not sure why. Witnesses who have always been like, could be explainable. May not count. One day we'll know. But what we do know for a fact is sounds travel. They can be heard. The proof's here. The proof's held with teams, law enforcement, feds. Yeah, dumbass. You really think better than you have not done this? You dumb motherfucker. See, they ain't nobody lying or bullshitting or trying to put anything not true other than you, Noelle, chasing Jenny, Adrian. And in doing so, you really have to start wondering why. Because nobody but you all say the scream has to be a thing. Nobody but you all, who, by the way, make this make sense, are all like, oh no, the only option is shit to be kidnapped or abducted by a stranger. See, that's what Candace and Don, we believe it. Well, okay, if that's what the fuck your all stories are sticking with, you should be like, oh, scream happened. Her and her kids definitely heard it. It fits our narrative and Candace and Don's story. Me, since I was like, no, and the world figured out that I'm not stuck on that scream the same way you all are. Y'all just gotta redo this shit. You're not gonna act like it's the only thing we've seen or heard on June 15th, too. It's pretty wild. I don't know what the fuck you're doing. Carry on, bro.
Now, it is 2:11. Just texted her to scream again.
Okay, so here's what we're gonna need now, Lockdown. I want you to show the video that Noelle should have had on her side showing she was actually screaming at that exact time. Or the 3 times you say she was. We're gonna need all 3 of those videos showing she was screaming at the exact times with timestamps to correlate between you being up there. And here's the thing. Guys. He says this is, what, the 3rd time they've done this from different places? Couldn't be heard. Blah, blah. But yet he is only walking up the driveway in this way. Where the fuck were you trying to hear the other 2 times before if it wasn't on top of the fucking hill? Huh? What the fuck? So what we're gonna need now is all of Noelle's correlating timestamps and video of her yelling at exactly the same times that you're where the fuck you were to prove she was actually doing that. I wonder if those will be provided. I did, Tiffany. Hold on.
I got nothing. People, I got nothing. We got no screams, okay? The time on my phone is the exact time in my car. And just to show you everything is everything, I'm going to walk down the driveway with me to my car and to my wife. So there's no discrepancies here.
There is a discrepancy. There's many.
So,
you're an idiot.
I also want to show you the...
And just let it be known he's not even in the realm of the right areas. Okay? But screams and noises should still have been able to be heard from there. Because where he was standing, right there in the curve, is where I could clearly hear the boys and Candace yelling for something as I started making my descent, and I could hear them at the other as well. We'll call bullshit. And you can prove it for yourselves as bullshit from just the videos up here. Just like you could always prove Chasing Jenny and Adrian are lying. And just like Candace and Dawn's on the team know all these motherfuckers are lying. So, whatever. Y'all carry on. Let's it's raining. And here is how you know Lockdown is a fucking lying asshole, just like Jenny, Adrian, and Chasing. Here's how. Go over to my videos section, I think, right? And Tiffany, there's a link. I want you to go over. There you go.
Went out on the back porch and was standing there real quiet, and he's out there screaming and yelling and beating the shit out of her. Got her kids. Their kids scared to death. I've heard that many times.
Well, fuck Lockdown. Even your own client says he could hear noises from hill to hill. From ours to theirs. Shit, are you calling Dawn a liar, Lockdown? Well, god damn. Ain't that something? Alright. That's in my videos. Let's see here. Go into my shorts section, go to the first video, and go to so others can understand how sound travels there. It's the first video I posted. This is from the house. And sounds from. Summer and her brothers and such. You can clearly hear them. From 110 to 125. And that's in the house. Alright? Here's your proof. Lockdown and Jenny, Adrian, Chasing, etc. have been bullshitting you, lighting up narratives, and lying to you. So nobody else lying to you. Go to shorts. First video. So others can understand how sound travels there. It's the title. Alright.
Dad said that you. Sorry.
Dollars with.
Oh dear. Also, the video is around here somewhere.
Rural terrain and limited communication.
Where I've played and shown that we're in a cabin and the timestamp and everything else for it before moving from there, where you can clearly hear sounds, and they're not even full screen thing. There's the coyotes, dogs, yeah, they're in different areas around 110 up to 125. Proof's here. It's not us lying to you. I have no reason to, or lying about the scream or what we heard. It's these motherfuckers doing it. There are also many others who hold proof that even regular yells and average sounds can be. From all kinds of different areas and places. From 110 to 125. And around those areas. And you'd be surprised at how far ears and sounds travel. And a lot of those are backed up with scientific shit. And data. Like that LIAR mapping I showed from those with real Fed level equipment and shit of Ben Hill and the surrounding area the other day. Remember that beautiful little piece? Yeah, that's right. So anyway. So in about 3 seconds we've proven that, well, lockdown and Noel are full of shit. I'm not sure Dawn and Candace made them aware that doing all this, much like chasing Jenny, Adrian, etc., was actually, I don't know, bad. Maybe that's the point, though, isn't it? Some of these players' nests, since like pitying them is actually to knock out certain people around Candace and Dawn and take over fully. Could be. That way, no real help for Summer can happen, and so their fucking crimes around and going real life when officers never really sussed out or given. I don't know. All I can tell you is proofs here that lockdown and Noel just lied to you. Lockdown and Noel need to be aware that they are calling a great deal many people in and around everybody liars, including, I guess, law enforcement and those with experience in reenactments is here. And despite absolute proof over here on my channel, they, much like chasing Jenny and Adrian, have chosen to come back to you with this bullshit. This is them lying, bullshitting, and feeding out a narrative. So, y'all tell lockdown. I said, hi, Clay, little peanut. Alright. Helen Lawson said, he said unfounded, but also he said it led nowhere. Much like the dog trail and scent. I don't care. And I've never been determined that it, you know what I mean? Like, I've never been like, oh, it has to count, it has to count. Man, it could not count. It could be explainable one day. And I am perfectly fine with that. But we heard the shit. Doesn't mean it fucking counts or cannot be explained. Duh. But we heard it, and I know how fucking sound travels in there. So I'm always going to argue to death with you that sound can be heard and travel with Sarah, but make it make sense. Why are these motherfuckers with C&D so dead set on it being an abduction or kidnapping, but then trying to discredit or discount or call me a liar over a fucking screen? Wouldn't that fit their scenario? Much like it did Candace's until she figured out it whoopsied her timeline. Much until Dawn figured out late last year that I was like, holy shit, this is what you're going with? This is dog trail, basement, plat door shutting, twisting of the screen to fit your narrative. What? And he's like, well, I don't know, maybe Summer did get mad and walk away. But until then, they used it to benefit them. And now all their lackeys want to do is try to be like, oh, don't count. Bitch, if your fucking thing you're sticking on Is abduction or kidnapping. Well, a scream would fit like they all try to use it until they realize, wait a minute, uh-oh. Doesn't matter. There's some explanation for that day. What it is, I don't know. And I won't know until. But there's proof right here in front of you, and always has been, even before Jenny, Chasing, and Adrian did shit. The bitches were lying, just like Lockdown's fucking bullshit. He ain't even in the right goddamn spot anyway, but you can hear noises. It's fucking so stupid. They're all so stupid. But here's the thing, where he was staying is where I heard Candace and the boys yelling for Summer, so I ain't buying that bullshit. Okay? And more foliage than what he's in. And unless they had simultaneous shit where Stan's flying up and still even in. Proof's here. He could walk up a fucking hill where it looks like he's probably actually trespassed. Shit don't make sense, he says. They've done this 3 times, but yet he was just walking up the driveway on the 3rd, and he's barely calling for Andy. Which house is there? And he's acting like he expects Andy. I don't know. My assumption is he just walked right the fuck up there like he did Fred's. Because I know other family member on those deeds would not be okay with that or have approved it. I know this. Unless, of course, Monster and Sandy Emma wanted to, okay, plausible deniability to the fam, but we gave you permission. Yeah, but just to fuck with me a little bit more. But the proof is here. Always has been. You're being bullshitted and lied to by chasing Jenny, Adrian, Lockdown, Noel. Proof's right here to show them to be liars. Not me. The proof's right here to show them to be the fucking liars and the narrative spinners. Y'all fucking put 2 and 2 together. I just showed you how to do that. It's this simple. Go to the fucking shorts section. Just that one video alone shows Noel, Lockdown, chasing Jenny, Adrian to be fucking liars like that. There's nothing you can do about that. They are the fucking liars and narrative spinners. Now ask yourselves why they're doing it. Ask. Anyway. Ask why.
Creek. So I'm going to kind of explain to you what this lady told the media a few different times. And what Lawson,
what I told the media a few different times. Bitch, I only did 1 interview with the media. You don't even know how many times we interviewed, do you? It's poor fucking peanut.
FBI and Hawkins County all dismissed. I guess they knew it was shenanigans. They probably dismissed it because
they didn't say they dismissed it. They said it led nowhere. Much like your homeboys sent in Dog Trail. They use the same wording. Same wording like that. It led nowhere. You can find the news piece if you like.
she's freaking made a YouTube channel directly after. I don't know, just...
No, I was on Facebook before that. I made a YouTube to hunt tragedy pimps. Lying ass, narrative spinning, community destroying, case fucking up, tampering with, witness intimidation, threats, blah 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 blah, mud and chaos and jealousy and garbage. I'm holding firm to that. Like a great many things. You'd like to spin a different narrative on that too.
That's one. Yes. Was hoping to see Andy. Side note, first night out here, somebody stole the man's mailbox.
Oh, he was hoping to see Andy. hoping to see Andy, so he did indeed walk up and like, Andy, oh, oh. Alright, TM, I'm reading you.
Hey, Jody.
Hey, TM, how are you?
I'm okay. How you doing? I have a
Bark
bit of a
again.
sore throat, so I'm a little bit hoarse. I don't really feel all that great.
Yeah,
I
I think
didn't know that you were asking for me. Someone had DM'd me and let me know. I wouldn't have known. I didn't even know you were alive.
Yeah, I asked somebody in the bushes if you were around, if you felt like coming up.
Yeah, they
Coming over.
called for me. What's going on?
Yeah. Well, I was wondering, you remember in the way back with the unmasked and the Teresa and Melissa stuff, right?
Yeah.
How they said they had the timestamps for the milk jug video, right?
Let me remember back. So
But
I
they
want
never
to
would give them to anybody.
make sure I don't misspeak on it because I remember. Okay. Candace had done the Q&A. She sent a photo of Summer in the swimming hole, and she was like, there was like a shaded part. It was just Summer, like looking up at the camera in the water. Like you could just see her bathing suit top. So there was that photo. And then there was the TikTok video of the swimming hole, right? That timestamp, I don't believe that any timestamps were provided to Teresa. No. I believe that she had specifically asked for the timestamps in the back of the truck for the photo and the video. Candace did say she was going to send them, but she didn't. But the timestamps for the swimming hole video came from Gray Hughes ran the metadata and K Smalls ran the metadata, and they both pulled 12:21 p.m. off the video. But the 309 was never able to, and I actually had my son try to pull metadata off of that about 2 weeks ago, and it said incomplete data.
Well, why
Now,
couldn't Graham pull the metadata off of it the same way they did?
well, I don't know. I asked my son, he's really savvy with like technology, and he said that when you upload things to Facebook, that Facebook sometimes strips the actual info, like because Facebook owns your photos once you upload them or something
Yeah.
weird like that, right? So it'll strip what's there and then put its own, but nothing even showed up. It just said incomplete. And I don't, she definitely didn't send the timestamps for that. But I don't believe that Candace ever did prove a timestamp for the video at the swimming hole. That definitely, I know Gray Hughes ran that and K Smalls ran that, and they both got the same date and time.
And I know the initial thing was they only had it confirmed to them by Candace that it was at the 309 timestamp. They
Yeah.
didn't have the actual screenshots. I know they kept telling people, including you, they would send you the screenshots and acting like they had them, but then they would never follow through and send them.
Oh, no, Teresa. Oh, you mean unmasked?
Yeah.
Nope. She always told me that she was waiting for Candace to send. Like, I think she was waiting for Candace to show the actual timestamp from her phone. But Candace never did send that to her, but she waited for it. She never did promise anything or say she had it, though. I know that for sure.
Hmm.
Not that I can remember. Not with me,
Interesting.
anyway. I don't know if she did with anybody else, but not with me. I know she wasn't exactly like thrilled about the fact that she didn't have it though, because I think it was very important to her. Why? What happened?
No, I was just going over puzzles, fires, and shattered pieces.
And that's even like something that you could, this is the thing, like, even if now, let's say Candace did send a screenshot of, when you go on your phone and it'll tell you when you took a photo, it'll say like, or when you took a screen recording, it'll give
Yeah.
you the time.
Uh-huh.
Anybody could screen record over something or take a screenshot of an already existing video or photo and it would look like it was anyway. The only way
Yeah.
to truly get that like solid confirmed, I believe, is law enforcement. Like Gray Hughes, while I trust his work, and Kay Smalls is really great at what she does, I don't doubt that was at 1221 at all. But it's not, for me, it's not 100 until it's confirmed by law enforcement. Although I do feel it was confirmed in a way when WJHL said it was the last known video of summer, and they don't consider the 309 video to be the
Now,
last one.
like this one saved my kids in the cabin with me, right?
What is it?
All
Let
right.
me see. Okay.
My kids are fine. This is in 2020. At the end, cause they had to be way far away from me, when I was having radiation and all that. And
Yep.
then eventually, as the weeks they would get a little closer. I'd allow them at the door, that type of thing. But anyway, this
Yeah.
video, the details, you press details on it, and it shows, when and what date and the time.
Right. Yeah.
And unless you're willing to show the phone in the same manner I did and go, hey, here's this video, here's the timestamp, and swap immediately over to it,
Yep.
you can do it in a lot of ways,
Yep. I'm looking at it on my other device only because the screen is so small on this. But yeah. So I know with my iPhone, you have an Android, right?
I have Androids and other. I hate fucking
Well, that
iPhones.
one right there is an Android, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So with my iPhone, mine doesn't show details like that. Not that I've ever seen anyway. Maybe somewhere. I don't know. Usually it's just like at the top of the photo, it'll say like 8:35 p.m. Like it's 8:35 right now, so that's why I said that. So it'll say like the date and then the time. It'll say like February 9th and 8:36 p.m. But what I'm saying is let's say you took that photo that you have right there and you took a screenshot of it, that would save at the bottom of your camera roll with the date and time of today and right now, right? And you could
Yeah.
say, and I'm not saying this is what happened, I'm just saying it is a, possible scenario. Anyone could say this photo is from February 9th at 8:36 p.m., but it's really not. It could have been, yeah.
Let's say this one right here. Also proven lockdown a liar tonight. This is another video from the house, right? Now, it's the house, not the cabin, but we also have videos up from the cabin area too. But anyway, you can hear noises from
Is that the
when.
one where you could hear the kids outside playing?
No, it goes with that series though. I think. This is taken. Let's do this. Details. February 7th, 2019. Anyway, and then let's see. This
Yeah.
this one is Summer and her brothers and whatever, right?
Mm-hmm.
Data's in it, and I have it. It proves lockdown's aligned, so bitch night. Obviously, at these points, you have full foliage, no woodcutters, no brush cutters, no paths cut through, and nothing cleared. So
Mm-hmm.
it's the reason with all the brush cutting, all this, make it even look. You just can't with these sons of bitches. TM.
What did he? I don't know what he. I haven't been online literally all day. I
Um,
don't know what he said.
while I've been live, he's posted a fucking video of him and Noelle running scream tests.
Oh.
And looking like he's trespassing on 125 and pretending that they can't hear shit. Much like chasing Jenny and Adrian did. Even though the proof's over here and that they're all full of shit. And they're too stupid to realize others far beyond them with experience have gotten this down pat on real equipment. Provenly so long before these dumb shits ever come along. I'm not sure what their point is, Tiffany, when all the proof's always been here, man. To show them to be fucking liars. It's not me.
I've never doubted the scream. Never once in all 2.5
Like,
years. So.
listen, this is from, there's this particular tree down near where Dobbs is, whatever, but when it would flood in there, I used to like watching it, but. You know, and
Mm-hmm.
it's like, all these things throughout all the years that doesn't, they just prove all these people to be stupid as fuck and
I think
liars.
that if they're out there, how would they ever be able for okay, so this is just my opinion. How would you ever be able to recreate
They can't.
a yeah, and this is
Even standing in the area, Tiffany. He was standing about in the spot where I had sent the last message to Andy.
mhm,
And even there, I was hearing, you know, the boys and Candace calling for Summer. And that
mhm,
wasn't loud screams or anything. It was just,
mhm.
And he's over, like, I just can't with it.
Like everything down to the barometric pressure would need to be the same exact way it was that day. And
Unbeknownst to the public and many others around here, we have done quite a few things ourselves, even before leaving there,
mhm,
many since, for a great many things and reasons that
mhm.
even very recently uh, show whatever the fuck they're over here doing tonight. Be full of shit. They're just.
Well, let me ask you this because I didn't see it for myself, but are Don and Candace involved in this, or it's just Noelle and Matt?
I don't know, Matt looks like he's trespassing. He's like, Andy, barely. He's like, which house is there's lesbians? And then he's like, Noelle's supposed to scream in 3 minutes. And this is the third time we've done this. But yet that's the first time he's walking the driveway. He's all out of breath. He's not even in the right area for, to where we were anyway. And they don't know where the scream come from. Nobody does.
Right. Well, I was just going to say
So,
that too. How
either
do you
way,
recreate it if you don't know where it came from, right?
there's a reason we've not given that publicly.
Mm-hmm.
Even those, say, closest to this have not been given accurate locations other than card team and this and the other because of
Right.
our fear that those around certain things would then use it for maybe not so good. But it
Yeah.
is proven that um sounds can indeed be heard, and not even real extreme screams heard
Well,
from.
the reason I ask where Don and Candace are is because they lived right across the street from you. If anyone knows the way sound carries or travels, they certainly do.
While
So,
we're here, while we're here,
yeah.
and I might throw this one up here a little bit. I've got to get some more storage devices, and I know I've showed this one here many times, but I'll show you all stuff on this one.
I agree with Di. It's content. Yep, that's all it's about. It's gross.
This is sounds from 110 to 125. All right.
Okay.
Now that the one you hear closest is Boucher at my feet.
Okay.
The others, those are the coyotes making their pathway certain ways around 110 and otherwise.
Mm-hmm.
And those are Candace and Don's dogs here, right?
Yep.
And as you can see, those still aren't shrill, high pitched, but they're, you know what I'm saying, they're between the play sounds of the kids and, you know what I'm saying, they're higher tones.
Yeah.
This is in full foliage.
That's
Okay.
interesting. Yeah.
So, the proof's right here. Noelle, Lockdown, Chasing, Jenny, Adrian, they're all lying. For what reason? For what narrative? Why? I mean, I just played it for you. That right there is the all kinds of different things, including just the children's regular play sounds and laughter and voices can be heard. That's from the house to 125. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like that's hilltop to hilltop, and that's what
Right.
means out of the regular house. Then you've got these, and it shows that no extreme screams, but coyote noises and Dawn and Candace's dogs can be heard in full foliage and shit.
Yeah.
Over there, 110 to 125. Dear world, like, fuck you. You know? So
So let me ask you this. So, all right. So hilltop to hilltop. I remember. So that I might be
not,
off by.
not that to imply that that's where we heard anything.
No. I know you're not. What I wanted to say was, so I grew up on a hill, and I know the way that sound traveled from the hill in front of where I grew up to our hill, and the way that it was very, very clear, right? So I remember way back in the beginning of Summer's case, I thought about that a lot, right? Because living on a hill is quite interesting. You never think you'd be able to hear things like you are, but it's quite amazing how the sound does travel on a hill. I looked at the elevation of your hill and Don and Candace's hill. And there's right where, so I want to remember exactly the very the highest point on both properties is the same exact elevation, which I thought was so interesting. I think it was something like it was 1485. I can go find it. I know it was on my live stream, but I had an elevation map, right, with all the little squiggly lines.
But there's a very real reason everybody calls me, like, you know, they say nosy neighbor, but it's not that. the way in
Oh,
which
sound.
it funnels down and hits 125 like a motherfucker.
Mm-hmm.
Part of the reason I hated living there, because I hated that much noise. Scientifically, it's proven why everybody's everything for a whole long distance could be heard by me.
Mm-hmm.
And more so than this place would ever imagine, but that I can prove. And have proven with others and myself, and I hold things up and all this shit, you know. But you know, there's a reason, and it's scientifically sound, and it is not that I meant to hear these things or wanted to, or was like, oh, what's going on? It's because I
No,
was fortunate to live in a fucking spot where everything filters down and clashes on it because of elevation ranges and the way that things travel and move through.
where your cabin was, and I remember where your cabin was the highest point. And I can show you. I don't remember exactly where Don and Candace's was. I want to say it was on the front door side over there, and I'm almost positive it was. Either way, no, I understand what you're saying, because when you live on a hill, there's no escaping. You're going to hear everything, literally everything. So, but also, you asked why would they be doing that? It's interesting to me now, and I'm kind of just thinking. So when Jenny and Adrian went to go do the screen test and chasing, they're in favor of, right, Don and Candace. Now White Boy and his wife are out there in favor of Don and Candace. Why are two groups now of people trying to
Who also rotate
disprove?
around to install and are cleansing for them. Same groups. Let's
Well,
make that.
I find it to be interesting now that you have two groups of people coming from 110 that are trying to disprove what you believe you heard and what your
Hey, I
children heard.
believe it. I and my children heard, you know.
Yeah, I know.
The thing is, it'd be different if it was just us, but man, there are teams of people in there that have been like, ah, we got it. It's captured. It's down pat. Here it is. You're not lying. And they're making fun of these motherfuckers surrounding all these dipshits who are proclaiming every time they come back that it's, and we all know what it is. We know they're fucking lying.
Well, also too, I think it's important to note. Ronnie said when he talked about this, he said that it was unfounded. Uh,
At one
I don't know
point,
exactly the exact wording pertaining to this incident. He didn't say that it was absolutely never happened, but he also can lie if he wants to.
yeah.
So,
Well, not just that, but go back to the pieces, which they never play here. Lawson also, in the same statement,
mhm.
same day to the same reporters on the whichever statement I was going over there tonight, he says, and they do not play it around here often. He says the scream led nowhere. And then just a sentence or two later talks about Don and his trail scent bullshit and goes, that led nowhere either.
Say that again. He said,
He said Don and the scent and the trail also led nowhere. And it was during a hell of a timing event, you know what I mean? It was, the timing of that was the Lord. But yeah,
well,
but they rarely play that piece of. But what are lockdown and them and everybody else stuck on? They're stuck on that trail, the scent, or whatever. They want to say that the only thing can be is abduction or kidnapping, whatever. But I've never been of that mindset. Do I think it's a possibility? Hell yeah, I do. But I'm not stuck on it. That scream, my gut the first day was not, oh my God, she's been abducted. As soon as I hear, all these things and the pieces start coming together, right? Later
mhm.
on, it's, she's hurt. She's out here somewhere. You know what I mean? She's been left behind or something like that. It was not, oh my God, she's been kidnapped. first person to say some shit like that is Don with his pebble, right? So you're telling me somebody took my baby girl? And then my first thought was still not stranger or, whatever. It was that motherfucker.
Right.
He's got her. He's had somebody come back. There was just something funny. But even then, I and the other neighbor commenced looking for Summer. I'm still in the mindset that she's hurt. She's out here. It's been hours since I heard whatever,
Mm-hmm.
But as the days didn't take off, you're like, well, fuck. I mean,
you started your wheels started spinning and you started thinking, okay, they could have been this, could have been this. But your first initial gut instinct was she's hurt. So
yeah.
so let me see this. Okay. When you heard this is I think that's a really honestly, I think it's
Hold on, because
probably
Amy's
the most
putting
go.
information and directing on purpose here. Amy, for starters, I don't know why you like Jody Sue. Why do you discount that Dobbs took Summer? He was climbing that hill often with a campground behind her house. And the Wells never knew he was there. He could have befriended Summer during time. He was not climbing up and down hills all the time, Amy. There was no campground anywhere. Dobbs never got to camp anywhere. He was only there on the 14th. Candace and Dom are well aware of this. They knew this on the 14th themselves. They're full of shit. They always have been. They've misled everyone. They've lied to everyone. They've played everyone like they're stupid and like, oh no, Dobbs was really camping all across their property and this, the other. You don't even have location right. You think that he was attached to their property. He wasn't. And he started changing appearance and everything else the night he left over just property shit. Okay. So I don't discount anything, and as far as I know, all neighbors, including those who didn't even live there, on properties would probably be considered, I guess, in the sus pool. So I don't discount anyone at this point. Um, but yeah, no, I'm sorry that you're so misled and fucked up, and you want to put that shit out in chat. Dobbs was in no way camping everywhere on their land. We've heard that since little people try to weasel in around the command post, and certain locals started putting out false shit narratives and trying to get near us within minutes of Summer vanishing and search crews and everybody else showing up and all the things shut the first night. It's bullshit. Candace and Dawn have also known for eons that what they're putting out to this realm and others and acting oblivious of is horseshit. It was simply and stupid, much like Monster. They're always aware that Dobbs never got camped out anywhere, never set up camp. He wasn't camping all over their property. None of that shit occurred, nor ever was. And he was not walking up and down hills all the time with his climbing stick. So sorry you've been so misinformed, misled, and I'm sorry you're trying to do that much out right now. All right, carry on, Tiffany.
What was I saying, Jody? Do you remember?
No.
I have no idea. I'm trying to think. Well, I have something to say about that because what is she talking about? He abandoned $10,000. Talking about the property?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, but that wouldn't be necessarily true either, Amy, because it wouldn't be abandoned if the man said he planned to possibly donate it one day to possibly the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children, right? Because I did hear, or maybe I didn't hear it, maybe he wrote it.
Not before he even pulled that, before the cops even get there, because the concept of coming face to face with law enforcement when he realized we were serious and the family had indeed called law enforcement on him, he flipped out, was like, never mind, you ain't gotta worry about it. I'm out of here, I'm gonna sell it, here you go, whatever. And then the cops show up, they do all the things, the last things he does is tell us he's selling the property, he'll sell it to Andy and his family, whatever. And then his mask slips right in front of the cops when Monster and his mom are like, hey, what's your name info? He's like, why do you need that? And the cop was even like, what the fuck, bro? You just told them you're selling it and going to sell it to them. They obviously need your name. And, huh? It was that freaky as fuck. He wanted no part of law enforcement shit there, and all that. But he wanted to sell, whatever. But there was all kinds of around it.
How would Amy know what Jackie Dobbs Googled or didn't Google? He didn't Google the price on the land. He's put an outrageous price on it. Oh, you're assuming. Oh, so this is just like someone who doesn't write. I don't think he Googled or looked up their price on the land. You're just saying he didn't, as if you know. I hate when people do that. It drives me nuts.
Personally, that land is not even worth $1. It's useless. It will cost you more in the long run to ever hold it because you have to maintain, because it goes over a certain gradient. You are then responsible for the maintenance to keep 125 from sliding or moving or any erosion, and that is rated like E6 or some shit like that. It will erode once you start cutting into the banks, property lines, driveways, putting house, septic, anything. And you can't even really fit it. What you're left with, most of the property is literally vertical. It goes along the ridge line behind the other neighbors. You can't even access it. You can't even walk it. The little piece of property right there is covered around the curb and the tile. By the time it's said and done, you have like 100 feet of space to try to put a house, let alone 2 field beds, septic, and so, and you're not going to really be approved for that because of the riparian corridor and being close to and the runoff rate and all this. You would pay a fortune, and the constant maintenance of trying to keep up and to pay for just new erosion right between 125 after you cut in. I mean, look, that land is worthless unless you can or have 125 as well. That land was never worth $1. And we don't know why the price. It was evaluated and given a higher price suddenly after 2 assessors died of COVID magically. And then, so the family sells it somehow. They got a new assessment. It jacked up way above what prices should have been. And then goes the whole county-wide reassessment of data and all that, and everything for all the properties, and even those that have like $3 million houses with lovely properties didn't get risen as high as those with that certain family that kept selling pieces, say to like the camper folk or Dobbs. We don't know. We all have questions, Amy. We also
Well, I
know
mean,
that
all around the country, I mean, even East Tennessee is catching up with right here where I live. It's not really that different with prices as far as I'm concerned. While I'm looking around here, there, and everywhere, I'm noticing things are really just evening out all across the board because they know they can increase these property values, right? And people are going to pay, and people are moving and trying to get out of cities. So, I don't know. I mean, it's not like it doesn't take a rocket scientist to figure out like why is it happening? Everything's been changing since COVID, Amy. I don't know if you know much about. I worked in a real estate office for a while years ago, and I mean it does happen. But as far as well, I don't know. Do you feel like that was kind of like a distraction because you were talking about something else there, talking about property value over here?
I ain't stupid. You know what this is about. Bro. Come on.
It is like ridiculous.
I've been in realms for years before I was. You didn't see shit.
Well, okay, so let's go back to what you were, because that's actually important to me, is the scream, because I've always believed that
You're
you
a
did
forensic
hear it.
investigator. I'm a goddamn neurosurgeon.
Huh?
Amy's in there claiming to be a forensic investigator, and if she's a forensic investigator, then I'm a goddamn neurosurgeon.
Okay, so she's a forensic investigator.
Yeah, but she's so bad at
That's
any of the.
interesting. You know who else is a forensic investigator, Amy? Nala Bird. Just saying. You're strange, Amy. So strange. Like, If you
What
pay attention, it's kind of odd.
Oh, dear.
You don't know them? Well, I don't know. Do you dress to match your truck? You ever try to match the decal on your truck or anything, Amy? Oh, shit. Then maybe you would know that what Jody Sue is discounting means nothing to real TBI LOL, says enhanced.
And I'm sorry, I don't know much in Walter's state, so I just really don't, because I've seen people that come from it that truly have graduated from it, not even be able to spell the name of the goddamn school they went to correctly.
So strange.
Mm.
I mean,
Swear,
like,
I've got receipts on it, or I wouldn't say it. I got receipts on it for
I
years.
don't know. Like, I've never seen Amy. You know, it's been 2.5 years, over 2.5 years, and you've got, I mean, Amy just popping up now.
Oh yeah, it's fucking convenient.
But what stands out to me the most is why so worried about
And you think she
Jackie being able, like, you act like Jackie's like Ryan Twinkletoes over there, sugar glider across the mountaintops of Tennessee. You know, I mean, Jackie definitely didn't move around like him, that's for sure. Have you seen Ryan and Sasquatch ass like running through the woods and literally gliding around on the
Amy,
mountaintops?
you would know most of the local cops, but yeah, others around this. You wouldn't be on YouTube looking for your info. You'd have insider shit, and you'd know Dobbs never came there. I'm gonna need you to miss me with your bullshit
She
tomorrow.
says she's been on Benny's a lot. Never seen you ever. Never seen you ever. That's so odd, Amy. Interesting.
that girl.
Just had some questions like everyone and thought I'd ask. Interesting the way you responded. I think it's interesting that you think Jackie is the prime suspect out of all the people.
I'm not going to froze it.
Anyhow,
All right, carry on.
whatever.
I'm gonna ignore it. I'm gonna put it in the box here in a second.
It's interesting the way that you respond, but it's also interesting that Amy thinks Jackie is the one.
She ought to be talking to other boys that come from Alter State.
It's strange.
If you had any issue with me on YouTube, so wrong and looking like an idiot and shit. Anyway, carry on, Tia.
Oh, I'm always interested by the elevation and the way that the sound carries. Now, I wasn't there like you were, obviously, so it's not going to hit the same for me when I'm thinking about how it might, how it might sound or where it may have sounded like it was coming from and whatnot. And the thing is, like, so that day, even the temperature to recreate the same noise and the way it travels, it would have to be down to a literal science. Even certain branches missing on trees, like you could never truly recreate it.
That's the thing. We have made sure to do that on days, same times, same sort of temperature and moisture controls, things that lined up, and being like, okay, this is the moment, we've got to do this now, type thing.
Right.
So yeah, see, we've all made sure that, and some of us have brains that work that way to go, okay, we need to make sure in the same semi settings these things can be X, Y, Z, and yeah, some of us, our brains do work that way. And they've been, now.
So Jody, when you heard the scream, did it sound like somebody was injured? Like, did it sound like a hurt? When was it like, would you picture it like, or not picture it because it's a scream, but Would
I
you
know
remember
people
it as like a Yelp or like
see those things make me aware that, people
oh,
make fun of me going, okay, it's turned sort of into a shape, and that
no,
obviously
because there's a science to that. There's an actual science to why
I've
that's
actually
happening. Yeah.
said my brain's done that. I'm like, is it just trying to protect itself, whatever? Like, I can hear it, but I can't access it fully.
Hmm.
It's like there's a block or something. I don't know, but that started happening very early on. Um, and as you know, like you just said, the Yelp.
Hmm.
Um, and it's like that was the first thing. It's like, no, these kids, and my brain goes, man, maybe one of the dogs, or they got too close to one of the stragglers for brush cutters is there. But then I was like, no, that's too far moved from the door. No, 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 and it don't make sense. It just, it's been too long because they cut out early for one of them to have been behind. They even have kicked the dog. Like, that is not a yelping dog either. You're like, my brain did everything, right?
Hmm.
And meanwhile, my kids are arguing like, no, no, mom, and my brain is like, no, I can't be because I was thinking the boys. I was not thinking summer. It was not because the area in which it came was not one summer was ever known to be like, I mean, it
Yeah.
just,
Yeah, you always said that she stayed really close to the house.
you'd hear her noises around certain areas, but
Hmm.
it just, I was like, no, 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 no. Kids, blah, blah, yeah, no. I just went straight to the boys and not summer. I did everything to dismiss it. Eldest and I obviously went out after a minute or two, listened, couldn't figure out a reason or an explanation for, all these things. It's like, okay. He was like, you could tell I was tired, I was exhausted, and he just wanted me back in where I was safe, wasn't gonna fall down, that type of shit. And he was just being a good kid. He was trying to take care of me, and honestly, the kid was probably tired of me being like, "Is that dog's back?" or something like that. You know what I mean? By that point of the day, because we've been out a couple times, and just
I'm
I
just
wish
reading.
I wish I hadn't dismissed it. I wish I hadn't waited a minute or two, and just before going at it. I wish so many things.
But you
And
didn't dismiss it because you went outside. I mean,
yeah, but fuck if I'd just immediately gotten it and ran out, maybe I would have seen more, heard more, but I didn't do that.
hmm,
What if that was? Yeah, and it bothers me. It does, and it will until there's an explanation.
I think it would bother anybody. And you would probably, anybody would question, like, what if?
And this place wants
Things.
to down on it, in a way that I don't, Tiffany. I'm okay that somehow I and the kids are, like, not necessarily wrong, because we heard, but that it's explainable. That
Hmm.
someday somebody with law enforcement and feds will explain it, you know,
Yeah.
because I don't want to live the rest of my life going, what if that was her last sounds on this earth? And there are days that I wonder, I don't.
Well, I hope that they were not her last sounds, you know, maybe on that property, but not on Earth, right? Just gotta have hope. I have hope every day.
I have hope, but this place tries to take it.
Hmm. Oh,
I
this
have hope,
place tries to take it. Yeah, I know.
and I understand all realities here. I understand. I'm not a dumb girl, but depending on who's responsible, I think in some ways, if certain people are responsible, I mean, there's more of a likelihood of her being out here and very much alive somewhere. And so I hold hope. And because of so much weirdness in between, so many things wrapped up in all of it, it's and I've always had this feeling that, especially as that day grew longer and then it became night and then the next day and the following day and it's the other and the weeks and months, it's hard not to feel sometimes there was not some sort of, I don't know, I've always had this feeling I can't shake, like something was planned, and to what degree I cannot say. I feared worst, obviously, but some aspect of that day, whether it be just simply because people were trying to get rid of materials, say, at a house before police showed up, or something like that. You mean like drug shit or something stupid or whatever, or waiting until certain times to call police. That way there'd be many people around at certain times of day that they knew they would be, or, yeah, I mean, to create certain things or to set them up for that or to look like. There's something in my gut that's always said, always, and that feeling probably will never go away. That something in some aspect of June 15th was planned to some degree, some way, somehow, and definitely purposeful chaos, mud jello bullshit put out. And then this realm has helped with that, and I cannot feel any other way than that too was done on purpose.
What to was, sorry.
And that just this realm was used to immediately start pumping out misinformation, chaos,
Right, right.
and horseshit to add to what was already occurring in there in real time.
All right, so if you could, you know, name who, in your opinion, was the first person to spread misinformation, if you had to pick, or a top three or top five, whatever, or just the first person ever that you feel spread misinformation or that you
And
noticed. Sorry,
Candace,
Candace. So it would have been okay. And was that on day 13 in the backyard or was it in person
it was,
before that?
I mean, honestly, I knew she was like sort of full of shit with whatever she said to me about where Summer was or had been.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. When she first came into contact with me after 609. And then knowing what I know and hold, that only became worse throughout the evening, night, day, etc., the subsequent days, weeks, all things. But I don't know if at first it was just built from a place where it was inattentiveness, whatever, had to build a story to make it seem like that wasn't the case. And then that's what happened gradually. And it just took footholds. Or if it was done intentionally. You know? I don't know. But I know that shit got fairy tailed up and changed and all these other things very, very quickly. Like damn near instantly, step throughout the rest of the 15th and onward. Not just to myself, but others. You can hear that Dotson and I and others were told about lie detector tests, almost the same thing. You can hear that Candace was showing all the wrong videos and pictures and giving impressions that the boys were showing. You know, but are there nefarious reasons behind it? Was it just that she was showing these things and then people were like, they took from it their own meaning that she was trying to mislead, or was it that, this, that, and the other? But when you hear from Ellie in the first hours that Candace was lying and trying to make it like the boys weren't even there, you tend to believe Dotson on videos being shown trying to make others believe that the boys were with them swimming that day, though they were not.
Right. He said he saw.
So when I had things
Yeah.
to back up because of things law enforcement told me, and I had things to back up and go, okay, well, here's what Dotson was seeing and hearing, and it backs up with what I'm told to my face by and questioned and all these other things about them, which I honestly don't know why. The one in particular was like, but why in the fuck was she blah 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 on this? And I'm like, I don't know, go ask her, motherfuckers. You know what I mean? Like, but it's just in their anger and I think exasperation and shit with the fuckery too. You know, it wasn't directed at me, but it was just like, ugh. I think all of us were damn near and take 2 or 3 days for us to, like, you know, with everybody and Fred's bullshit, everybody else's bullshit.
Yeah, well, speaking of Fred, there's so much that I feel is a distraction with him as well. But then
He's been playing it right along with them. And I don't know now, like at first, this kind of, I wanted to think, well, you know, he really is afraid that C and D are up to fucking with him, setting him up. That's where I could see it. They've set him off. He's tweaking. He's schizophrenic. All his it's Fred.
It's just that they went there
But
twice,
then
from what I
he
heard.
also spreading misinformation and wanting people just like they did think that Summer was taking. Well, he was like, oh yeah, I think it's Saturday. I'm like, are you fucking stupid? And then he looked at me dead in the face and was like, no, I didn't even know she was missing until the next day. And I'm like,
hold on, what did he say about Saturday? What did he say?
When he came fishing for information, we all immediately knew because he was like looking for an imaginary dog to come up over the rise. And Monster Eye and look, oh, here he comes. Here comes Fred looking for the scoop, right? And he was looking for a fucking imaginary dog. He didn't even have it. It was fucking stupid. But anyway, other thing, he was like, oh, I think she was Saturdays when she got gone. I was like, you're fucking stupid, bro. And he's like, man, I didn't even know she was gone till the next day. I was like, Fred, who you trying to lie to here, motherfucker? You know better. You know you like, I seen you break through the traffic here. Last night, helicopter already in the air. You telling me nobody from here called you on your phone to let you know that, oh shit, and you didn't make your ass be on here to get rid of your shit too before cops were knocking? Come on, motherfucker. Who you lying to? And then he immediately distanced for something, which I found weird. He was, oh, Don and I, you were tight, and then 6 months ago, shit changed, and all of a sudden, and I'm like, why the fuck you trying to distance from Don now? and putting it a 6-month timeline. He's like, I really don't know. I'm like, the fuck are you lying to right now, motherfucker? And then he starts immediately, much like going again, it's just distant language, and he still does it around Summer when he talks about it. It's old Summer's case, or that little girl saying, look, Fred had more contact with Summer over the years than we did. Somebody like that should not be referring to her in the ways he is.
If you
And
were to guess how much contact he had with Summer opposed to you guys, how would you compare it? So like
astronomical, like we had barely any contact with Fred over here because him and Monster do not get along. Most people do not get along with Fred. I don't have people, even though Fred is very much related to my children and sort of to myself, all this shit. Him and Monster have problems. Him and her Bales have problems. Look, I just don't, you know what I mean? And so we didn't hang out, associate with the latest event prior to where we'd had any real super contact with Fred was when unfortunately helped verify his account of events with the shooting of the guy in the throat. And my ears worked just fine that night, by the way. Anyway, and after that, it's just really you deal with Fred's fuck shit in the holler, his traffic, this, that, events where him and his friends are accessing properties and coming up and coming face to face with my daughter, and you know, all the stuff, especially I've shown recently, is he and that one over there been targeting and trying to fuck with me and bringing danger and all that crap, and seemingly in every stream trying to fuck with 6 witnesses around Summer at once for some unreal reason. But other than, I mean, like, we had no real, like, you know, I would probably say hi to Fred more often than Monster would. Monster and him brother could not stand one another. But I mean, if I see him, I talk to him. So it's like after Summer Madness, I talk to him just fine, even after he was over here bones, right? He was like, I'm taking the bitch for a ride, doing whatever, I'm like, whatever, to each his own, I don't give a shit. And I wasn't even paying attention or listening to really what the fuck he was saying to Bones. I know at one point I heard him talking about the swimming pool and all that bullshit. I was like, what the fuck, Fred? That was a little far, don't you think? Liar. But I was like, whatever. I guess he made him some dope money today. Whatever floats his boat, you know? And, so I was like, well, he's still, you know, I just, you know, but I don't know. They've all been slinging this garbage out and misinformation and twisting shit up. But then what occurs to you at a certain point is all of them, from day one, were studying this place and each other through it and everything said. Meanwhile, the rest of us were in there in real time and doing, I guess, as we were supposed to be doing. Meanwhile, Fred and Laura sitting there making it a point to stay the entire hell out of that hollow and road till 1 and 3 a.m. every night. But they were staying out here in Wi-Fi so they could, what looks like, watch and study everything being put out. And you have C&D playing with this place constantly, and so caught up in this place, they were oblivious of even basics going on inside that hollow with search crews, detectives, feds, the real people on the real daughter's case, and anything remotely like, you know, like, seriously, when they come face to face with you, and you're just talking in simple shit, basic stuff, and you mentioned basic shit that the entire community knows, so you don't think it's like a fucking secret or anything, and you say something about something that's being done or has been done or found or whatever, and then Dawn, especially when it would look at you and be like, what the fuck? You know, and you could see this light up in Dawn's eyes, and it was new info to them. It was like, oh, fuck, how did they not know? Were they being kept in the dark on purpose? But before they could even get the full info on what it was, asses were aflame to get somewhere until somebody turns out it's this realm, it's the shares, it's everybody else's PGs to feed that off into this realm, even if they didn't themselves have the whole story and anything else. And it looks to certain degrees, obviously, like, and I know by this point, because conversations with Candace and everybody else, they were not really in touch with, nor was law enforcement telling them certain. And it was like, at a certain point, you go, I've got to be careful what I say if they're not, I just, they were more worried about feeding that shit off to here. Even if it was wrong, half cock's not right. And I don't know for what reason that would be done. Just like the red truck bullshit with him and Cher. And putting that out wrong on purpose and knowingly so. Looks like all the way on certain people are freaking out and marking out red trucks on posters. I'm like, what the fuck? And to know other things around that are being done in real time, and then what chain of events most likely led to that freak out for certain people plays in for some of us that have seen these things in real time, and have things to place with other things that we can then later see took place over here on certain dates. Which make them even more concerning, honestly.
You mean before or after someone went missing? The certain dates, like before?
I mean, there are a lot of concerning things even before Summer vanished, but I'm talking about like things after she vanished. Those, nearest her would get info, and it looks like they were having freakouts that we're unaware of. Like, I was not aware of. Like, I know when certain things were put out amongst us inside the road, right?
Mm-hmm.
Not to hear, but told to say one of us, or told to all of us who were paying attention, or talked to or questioned LE. And then it looks like once that happened, it looks like certain people around those certain dates, but I couldn't see and didn't know about until I came over here. Well, here are these people marking out the red truck on posters, and here are people with the red truck shit, where the wreck happened that, I heard, and I couldn't quite make it all the way down. I thought it was Fred and all these people. I was like, fuck it. I'm too sick. I cannot manage this. So I literally crawled back into my cabin that night. And I left them to their own devices. Next morning, other neighbors discover them. And then, of course, Dawn comes down. He's like, oh, look, something I can give to Cher. And then later on, what you have happening is Dawn and I take the car ride because my soul's at the top of the hill. I knew because it was so muddy that if I attempted to take it off, I was going to fly off the fucking hill. So I gave him like $30 plus bought him dinner and shit. Went out to Priceless, Pals, and back. And I bought them dinner from Wendy's. And it was Wendy's chili and something else, whatever from there. But he was like so enamored with self, as it looked like that interview with Chasing and Cher came out. But I noticed as he was listening to himself in the interview, and that night he also tells me that, yeah, he did indeed do that to his sister, but it was fine because Daddy knew about it. She'd been trying to do the same. I don't know, look, but anyway, he was enamored with self. I was like, hey man, did you catch that? They got the red truck shit wrong. They think that happened on the 15th. And he was like, oh, did they? I was like, man, you need to, whatever that is, you need to call and correct it or whatever, because otherwise they're not going to be looking for the red truck, right? Red truck's important this summer, right? And he's like, oh, I will. But then you find pieces over here that show that Cher, before she even put that out that way, knew that that was not on the 15th of June. But they put it out that way for some reason. Now, if
Yep.
you're the parent of a missing child, why in the hell would you not care about that? If you're trying to find your daughter, you'd want this red truck and a potential witness found. Why would you make them look safe? Why would you put out the wrong shit to make the public think red truck's found or in the wrong this or to screw people up about it? Why would you do that when law enforcement, even after that, clearly are seeking it? But it looks like a whole lot of people had responses to this red truck shit. Meanwhile, what'd they do, Tiffany Marie? They never hammered down on those purposely putting out false shit about the red truck or seemingly doing weird shit on purpose or marking out shit. No. They come to me and say, oh, your mom owned whatever, blah, 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 you know? Like, what the fuck, bro? You know? And you didn't see him do the same thing to Robin. I mean, you did to agree for like 2 days, though they owned one. But you hear Candace lined, what was it, Nerdy Addict? Or which one was up around the hill with the drone and all that shit?
It was
And,
Nerdy Addict. Yep. You talking
and
about?
yeah,
Yeah.
when that part where she's like, oh, her mom has one. We didn't even know until we were helping her move, which was a lie. Candace never helped me move. I took one of our last days moving, and I ended up leaving so much shit behind.
They didn't
Because
help you move?
no, hell no. Not one box, not one
Really?
finger. No.
Oh shit! I
That
didn't even know
day,
that because I don't think I ever asked you.
no, they sure as fuck did not. And we have witnesses that who knew what Candace did was she took a day where I and the kids, it's one of our last days there, we took out most of that day to help her and those trying to help Summer to do certain things before we moved for good. And in that, it meant that we left a whole hell of a lot of shit that meant things to us behind. But she took it to Nerdy Addict in this room, like her and Dawn, in this area, these, whatever, we helped them move and we helped them do this and whatever that. No, they didn't. Candace didn't remember me so much as one box. But what she did was take a moment where I and the kids were helping her and Summer, supposedly, and turned it to no, she was doing good for us. Now, that's a constant with Candace and Dawn throughout the years. When they fuck with people, lie on them, fuck around, fuck with people, whatever, they'll proclaim, no, the kids are whoever over here because they're in bad homes or inner city this, or no, we were trying to, this couple was domestic violence, and we were just trying to help with the domestic violence, and to get this one guy off drugs, we were doing blah, 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 and we were good enough to give him a job, but blah, it's always how they're the ones that are the heroes and whatever, but actually they're the bad guy, you know what I'm saying, right? It's always, it was no different when Candace was doing that when she pumped that shit out, but you could hear Dawn, and I know you've played a piece before, she goes, yeah, that her mom shut up, and we didn't even know there was Richard Teal, and it had ladder racks on it. And Dawn's like, really? It never had ladder racks on it,
It didn't.
ever.
Okay.
No, and it
That's
damn
interesting.
days, and she's seen it many days. Chelsea's in it for a long time, But what she didn't do in front of the actor goes, hey, the church lady, my buddy, she has a red truck. And hey, get this other person has a red truck. What'd she do? Right, and that was in October, was it not, Tiffany?
Well, I don't know the exact date because Nerdy Addict didn't put that out for a very long time after, and I could go see if the date is on it. Maybe he put the date on it, but I don't think he did.
Met him in the church parking lot of one place, then took him to the hill. All she wanted to do was target me behind the scenes. It was lie after lie after lie about us. This is when she was wanting me, things had gotten weird as the mole and prayer garden shit was swapped over. And all these other things were occurring. And um, she realized, shit was going on. By this point, you have her, I believe, starting to try to pull back. I don't know. No, because I think that was after Dawn was in jail. She started pulling back her timeline to the 4:30 shit and all that garbage. But anyway, either way, this was around Dr. Phil era and all that, right? And at this point, you have her trying to ask me to, she was asking me to change my story about Dawn and the shower and all that. Though I don't know why that mattered to her. I mean, she hint, wink, nodded at Dr. Phil, eyes and money, right? And I just played it off and went, yeah, and I just didn't answer, and I knew what the fuck she was doing. I knew others were listening as well, but I'm not going to do it for anybody. Then later on, I figure out that I wasn't the first person that said that either, but I got help for it. Apparently, Allie had, talked about this. Dawn herself had already admitted to showering with Summer, all these other things. So why in the hell was Candace trying to get me to change mine? To that degree, and worried about me. So, like all these things were in play during a period, but behind the scenes, she was very much putting out lies she knew these YouTubers would then put out about me and my family. And it wasn't okay, right? And so you have to ask why in the fuck has all this been done? And I do.
I think that they're valid things to question. You know what I mean?
And it's like this truck. I immediately gave the last known date that truck prior to Summer vanishing had been there.
Mm-hmm.
I'm verify its whereabouts because my brother at the time was driving it. His day would all this other shit. The truck was very noticeable because it had sparkles and stickers and all kinds of things on it. You know what I mean?
Right, like the decal stickers on the back window and stuff like that.
Right.
Yeah.
And there are a great deal mini cameras, whether people want to believe it or not, up and down places and everywhere else, and it would have shown that truck was not anywhere in there and the truck was elsewhere. And this one would have been so easily identifiable that, you get what I'm saying? And I know it's been here many times, it's beds and this and the other coming on. It was, as soon as I gave the info, they're like, because much like everything else, had the receipts. I was like, hold on, I actually have a date for you guys. If you give me just a second. So I got the phone. I was like, here's the last time this truck was anywhere near here. Because my mom on that day had to take me to one of my oncology or palliative care appointments because Monster was unable. He was too busy with stall. So she had to take me. And I had it on my calendar still. And I gave it to him and whatnot. But either way, yeah, it was a bunch of bullshit, that Candace put out to get us targeted, but they never did the same where it concerned Robin and others around them. Had the same makes and models, no, did they? But what you didn't see was my mom Rebel's going and putting effort into going and marketing out red trucks and all Summer's flyers. Once, information was put out that there was a random truck maybe found. So it wasn't us that were having reactions to certain things. It seems like Robin and others were the ones having reactions to.
I remember when that was crossed off the truck on the flyer, yeah. And I believe Robin had said that, I don't want to misquote her. I think she said something to the effect of a friend had told her that it had been located. Is that correct?
Yeah. And I know exactly what she was shown, why she probably reacted to it, and the dates correlate for what was happening there in real time. But I did not know in there at that time that Robin went about marking flyers out. I didn't know that until I came here and a long time later, and I was like, what do you mean that she was marking out? And then I'm like, wait the fuck a minute, hold on. So somebody did have a reaction to thinking that truck had been. And it damn sure weren't. It wasn't me and my family. That's all I'm saying. Hold on, Tim. You can talk or say whatever you like.
Okay. Let me see if I can see the chat. Oh, I can. Okay. On a restream. Let's see. Hey, everybody in the chat. Enhance says, I got a new phone. Every uploaded photo transferred from my old phone shows the date of transfer. The old phone showed the right dates. Enhance, did the new phone not show the right dates? And what kind of phone was it? Was it an iPhone or a Droid? That might have been like a long time ago. Restream is funky. Probably it was a long time ago, actually. I don't have my other phone with me at the moment, so I don't think it updated, so I can't see the latest comments. Hold on. Oh, I have to scroll up, I think. Android. Okay. So I haven't had an Android in a really long time. But I know when I got a new phone, all my stuff saved to the cloud. So it just literally went straight over to the next phone, right? And it looked like my old phone did. Let's see. I remember doing, actually, to kind of piggyback off of what Jody had said, I remember doing a live stream on that truck that Don said that he had saw at the bottom of the driveway, right? And I believed that it was far closer to the date of Summer going missing than it was. And I think it was something like, I feel rusty on this, but I think it was something like August. So it was after, either way, it was after Summer had gone missing. And when it was first told, it was as if it happened that morning. And I remember Don speaking about it, and he had said that he woke up for work at 3 a.m. Swear. And then it changed. So there are so many changes in the history of things, which sucks. You know, it's hard to kind of like weave through it in your mind, but Cher did make the correction, but it was not until very long after. So people were led to believe for quite a while that truck was the morning of. Even I was of the belief that it was for a while. And then there was a Reddit thread on that. I believe I remember what the thumbnail looked like for that live, and I think it was quite long too. But then you have to kind of think also, there's multiple red trucks, right? So you have the red truck that Jody saw with the man who was driving, and she had seen it before Summer went missing and then never saw it again after. You've got the truck that the TBI put out, but how do you know if that's not the truck, right? So then the truck that was in the ditch, you know, and it's difficult because how are we supposed to know? You get a description, but sometimes descriptions can be wrong. Enhance says there were 3 totally different trucks on different dates, and they let it seem like one thing. Yes. Enhance, I agree. Well, I would say, oh, sorry. Hey, Jody.
Hey, sorry, it was family.
It's all good. I have to go in 15 minutes or so. I have to be off panel by 10. No later than 10, exactly 10. I can come back if you need me to. But I have to do something at 5 after.
Well, the thing about the mailman is that was the previous one. And that was the paper guy, not the mail lady. The mail lady, I went to school with her daughter for decades, still didn't know each other. She had recently retired, not long before summer vanished, but she did not drive a red truck, whatever. And so it was actually the prior newspaper boy in the morning. Him and his wife had a red Toyota. But what Don chased off one night and he was swearing whatever this and that, but I was standing outside in the dark for, and me and Mom started to laugh at was that he chased off the paper guy, and it was not the older one who got on Facebook or social media. He was like, man, we had red truck, so he never chased us, etc. And I even have that make and model, but he was no longer delivering there. He put the rat off to a new guy who was driving an entirely different type of vehicle. It was not even remotely close to a red truck at all. And Dawn had chased them off one night, swearing them down they were doing this, and people shooting and whatever, you know. And it was the goofiest shit we'd ever seen. And everybody in the neighborhood laughed about it. And as you can see, the former paper guy who turned the rat over to the new one was like, feel bad for the dude. What the fuck's wrong with Don Wells? You know, understand the daughter's missing, but why lie? It was the paper guy, dude. There was nobody in there shooting, carrying on. It was the fucking paper guy.
Wait, so he chased the paper boy away?
Yeah, but then he made it over here online like he was chasing some psycho freakoid that was presenting danger, man. It wasn't. And all of us in the neighbors were like, man, this motherfucker chased a paper boy out of here. You know? But he's lying to, we knew about it because of Facebook, right? That's really all we, you know? And it had gotten back to all of us that I guess online he was talking about how this big bad, you know, blah, 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 and he chased him and there was like gunshot, I don't know. And it was just a damn paper boy, bro. And I was sitting out there in the dark on the bank watching this shit show go down and listening to it. And I'm like, yo, Andy, you catching this shit? We were like, what the fuck, man? And the rest of the neighborhood gets wind of like, this son of a bitch chased the paperboy, and now to the world and social media, he's mixing them up, fucking them up, making them think somebody dangerous, and he chased the fucking paperboy, you dipshit.
Why do you think he chased the paper boy? Is that did he have the red truck at the time? Is that the one or no?
No. The
No.
one
Okay.
prior he did, and he posted on social media, just been like, man, I feel bad for the current paperboy.
Do you think that maybe he was unfamiliar with the new one, possibly, and was like, what is this person doing here? Or no?
But that does not mean you then go shooting a hoop and holler, making them look sus to the entire fucking world and act like they were in there doing anything wrong. They were doing their fucking job. I watched Paperboy at night do what he always did, you know, once allowed in, and of course, and everything. And I sat there in the dark, watched it, and then hear these sprinkles also shit, and then hear lights up dawn, and he makes this big, like, cowboys and Indians type of, and you know it's all bullshit. You know what I mean? You know, half of what he's saying is a lie about the paperboy or everybody else, the events that occurred. And I'm like, what the fuck is this motherfucker doing? You know, yeah, he could have been like, hey, who's this weirdo in my road? You know what I mean? And of course. But then why make up all the fucking extra to make it look like there's all this shit? I mean, this guy's not guilty or weird about it all. It's like, why? Why do that? It's like him and his whole, I'm gonna go up here and kick this big bad meth monkey's doors in, and I was trying to get in front. Bitch, he drove his ass calmly the fuck up there. They had a calm ass conversation. He comes his ass back, and then the days after and following, him and Fred would meet up in the middle of the fucking road and be like, hey, bro, let's throw it out. Calm as fuck, no issues, talking just fine. You know, I don't want to hear their shit. It's always some dramatic shit, and it's all horse shit. It's like if you wanted to kick Fred's ass or kick his fucking door in, you done it. You went about there broing it out and talking quietly and meeting each other at what seems like times both of you knew people are supposed to be coming and go. It's just real weird. You know, so many weird things inside there, you know.
So, in your opinion, do you think that Don was the type to fear Fred, or do you think he did not at all?
Yeah.
Yes. How about Candace? Do you think she did or no?
Well, for me, when you know that a person, like me personally, it's like, I know what people are capable of, right?
Mm-hmm.
Certain people are capable of certain shit. You know Fred's capable of shooting you in the face, the neck, bringing you in a fucking hole, burning
Right.
shit down, coming after you, right? That's pretty well known. It's known to many. Some people fear that, some don't. Really, unless you're fucking around with these people, you don't necessarily have that fear. Most people, you know, that fuck around with all the wrong people will be the only ones to have that fear, or if you're being targeted or fucked with upon this the other. But you know, some people are like, oh shit, they're capable of that, which means, uh-oh, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I mean, sure. I mean, I'm sure they're fully aware of what certain people are capable of. But, you know, still yet, I'll tell you that I've never known a Fred on children. You know, yeah, I don't see him as type to, you know, come take a kid and retribution for anything.
Right.
He'd be the type to come shoot you in the fucking face and bring you down, though. But I've never heard of him hurting kids. But I don't know. It always reminds me of the deer thing. I always go back to the deer shit, and I always sort of wonder, like, could there be that type of scenario in place between all of them, to where it's, I don't know. Cindy had these habits of getting others wound up in their fuckery, right? And then when the bad shit was gonna land back at them, or you know, could be, then they would flip flop and flip scripts on the people they'd actually, you know, gotten help or were in, you know, whatever from. Much like quite a few of those, they've accused through years of using the same dog trail, stealing something precious from the top of the hill in broad daylight in a very short amount of time, which, you know, also has been said to be Fred through the years, among others. But um, they fuck with them first, right? Really. They fuck with them with dope, they rob them at jobs, they do all this shit to them, and then there's the dog trail and something stolen in a magical time period. And then they run to the police, do whatever. They try to flip it and get ahead of those people first, even though those people aren't necessarily doing anything wrong. You know what I'm saying? Or, you know, whatever. One way, I mean, like, I wonder some days there's a realm in which on June 15th, they all connected somehow with something, and then um, one didn't try to set up the others, or flip flop it, or point fingers, or make the other one look like they were entirely alone in, or something like that. You know, just a thought. Some days.
I think all of the thoughts are important. I mean, if you have ideas or even theories or
I wouldn't have that idea if it was the fuckery I'd seen out here, but that's the problem.
Mhm.
The fuckery out here and the level in which they're playing with all these creators and things. Um, which is why I don't often say such things like that. It's because you can't tell where things end and begin and what's real sometimes, what's pushed out. But the
Mhm.
more they all go these extra miles and are using it to target everyone else and to push everything else away from themselves and also crap and the people from catching on to the things, the basics that can't be denied that don't make fucking sense and to keep the chaos not going, they're going to. And I don't want to help in that. So, um, but the more they all do it, the more I just cannot help but side eye the shit out of all of them and start questioning things like that. Like, is it simply at first, like I thought, where Fred has a right to freak out and feel like he's being set up? Is it just that something was triggering him because of all the things he is and did and all this shit? Is it that, like I thought initially, or him digging for info, which to Fred, you know? Or is it something else has really been up since the beginning? And it's a flipper thing, you know?
Mhm.
Like C&D are so notorious for on people after getting them involved in something, even if they didn't know they were being, you know? So, and now all are trying to, you know, I'm not sure, but I would not be side-eyeing or questioning as much as I am if it weren't for all the fuckery that they're all pulling. What the hell else am I supposed to do?
Well, so if at some point it comes to be that there was something of a group, situation that may actually end up being helpful at some point, like all of this bullshit,
Well,
which doesn't appear to be helpful, but if it can, in the moment while you're watching it, sometimes it can be used as a tool to watch people move around, and a lot of times people really do move around in public right in front of you, and they do a lot of shady shit right in front of you too, you know what I mean? So
do you remember in the way back when you and I was on a private call, right? But we were
mhm,
talking about how some of these locals are some shady motherfuckers, and that, um, yeah, especially where it concerns reward fund and shit like that, and
mhm,
all this, it just needed to be let go. Maybe it would stop this, and I told you it would not.
mhm,
Wouldn't in the least. Um, and I didn't think that was the thing. Anyways, I think no matter what you have here, it's either one bundled up thing working together, or it's several separate things. But I think even you at this point realize there are a certain group of people, especially here locally, that
mhm.
don't touch their shit, that are all wound up in this fucking shit and around those closest to Summer.
Yeah, I will agree with that. And they act like robots, like they have no feelings. None of
They
them.
they
They
haven't
literally
addressed
act like they are just doing a job, or you would think that they were hired to do a job and they just have no feelings about it because it's, their job. Yes,
what
I
do they all
absolutely agree.
Murray?
Say that again?
What do they all have in common and have had in common even before we got here and were aware of them? When there's
Well,
secret Facebook groups and their discords and their Summerwells groups, what's the one thing? Jody Sue, Jody Sue, Jody Sue. Tell me I'm wrong. TM.
I agree with you. I do. I really do.
What are they
I can't
still
I
on?
can't say you're wrong.
And I know you and your research team know enough to know where they land, what they land in and around, and how many of those rounds Summer have ties to it, including certain fuckers out in the open helping creators who are trying to use the same shit to target them. It doesn't take a fucking genius to.
Well,
But is it, what's it for? Is it for a reward fund? Is it to
well, it
fuck with?
can't be. It can't be for the reward fund at this point because the reward
But
fund was
it
dispersed.
could have been at first.
It could
Plus,
have been. Yes, I agree with you absolutely. Okay, yeah. So not now, but back
but
then, for sure.
there still is a reward standing for
Yes.
some.
Right. So you've got the
They
it
did
was
try to lift
20.
off the 20.
I believe
Remember?
there's 30, at least 30 there because of the storage is 10 and then Garahan, which is 20, right? Or was it 25?
I don't know. I know it's somewhere like something like that. I don't, but I know Sharon and recently tried to lift off another one. Prayer and Cal and merge whole thing, and then Hawkins County News is like, and they released
The
that.
thing is though, anybody that thinks they're going to just stumble upon something and just organically, I don't believe that. Do you know what I mean? And I mean not someone like out in the woods hunting, or I mean people here on YouTube. I absolutely would never
Nobody.
trust a single person, like a creator on YouTube, that would claim to have found summer, like, I don't know, for instance, Ryan and Jen, right?
I don't think.
If people like that were to find summer next week, I would hope they'd be fully investigated to the point of
Yeah,
no return. Do you know what I mean?
absolutely.
Yeah.
And the thing is, these people here, they take exception to being like, Jody, see, we don't want anybody searching. That's not true. Not true in the least. I just don't want YouTubers doing it. There's a very good reason for that, because I've seen certain creators over here trying to absolutely set up.
Yeah, they walk right up to things, start poking them with their boots and touching things, and oh, what's this? You know, like thinking it's something, and then they're contaminating what could, if it was evidence or anything, they're
It could
contaminating everything.
be dismissed easily because of this realm and a lot of these
My
creators.
biggest issue is the cameras they're carrying around. It's like they're searching for her with the cameras on so that they can get it on film, and I would literally die.
And I mean, that's the thing. Any defense attorney be like, well, we don't know if another tragedy can't place something here. And then the other ones, they had the camera on for an hour, but they knew exactly where to go to find. That's the thing. Any tragedy can't bring back related to social media, or anybody having any contact that can be tied back to 110 or otherwise, or ever had anybody around them that was on that property to gain access to any items or anything else or whatever. Anything found by them can easily be thrown out, and that's the tragedy. It's why these tragedy pimps don't be out looking. You could actually hope to God they never find anything, and that it is a random citizen that cannot be tied back to social media in any way, especially
Right.
or the people, because that could hurt justice for Summer that everybody screams for. I want real searchers, real vetted ones, not inserted ones. I want real feds, real equipment,
Right.
no social media ties whatsoever. I want any and all reward funds, anything ever put out or up for Summer, or really any of these other cases that come around. I want all of that to never be available to anyone around the cases or anything associated with social media. No tragedy pimps, no social media personalities, no viewers, watchers, anything like that. I want it to be cut off to all of them, because it gives incentive for fuckery.
You've got to
And
also to take into consideration, never mind a reward, but think of what some of these people may be thinking. If like, and I'm going to use Ryan and Jen. I'm actually extremely bothered by the last thing I saw. The money that would be coming in from something like that would be astronomical. So don't just consider the reward. I'm not talking to you, but everybody. This is a money grab opportunity to dedicate every weekend to going out, searching around, whatever it may be. And they're looking at it from the standpoint of if they were to find something or anything, it would be literally income for many, 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 many years just sitting there on that channel of theirs, right? Anybody's channel for
they
that
get
matter.
killed, and he would be able to, instead of a 7-year triumphant battle to get one Discovery show, whatever, it would be an instant, and then he would
Hmm.
be what they're doing, which is clearly fucking with people, and you and I and everybody else common sense know it.
Yep.
Everything or their recent week-long vacation to Florida was lovely. It's
I
about
have
like
so much to say about that recent trip to Florida. I just haven't been able to get online because I've had a crazy, crazy week. And Jody, I have to climb down from here. I was supposed to be off here 8 minutes ago, but I saved the link. So if you're still on, I'll totally come back up. It's just something really important that I have to take care of.
You're good.
All right. And if I don't talk to you, I'll be back. But many important conversations to be had that I'm going to be having pretty soon. I was supposed to do it this week. I just wasn't able to. But I'm glad that you had me up. Thank you for calling me over.
Yeah, I just really wanted some answers behind the unmasked and Teresa and
Yeah.
Melissa.
And you know, too, Teresa would absolutely talk to you anytime. I know she would. So if you ever need to get in touch with her, let me know because I can always reach out to her for you also because I have her right on Messenger.
Okay.
All right. Thank you.
All right. Not
Okay,
typical.
talk to you later. Bye.
But yeah, I mean, it's things like that. Right? So many different things in all over the place. But I do hold the messages where it said that certain people would swear they had the screenshots, but then would not send them. Never quite got them around. Don't know why that is. Don't know. Just sort of just go with it. What do you do? You know what's weird to me? Did y'all sit goofy shit? Can you imagine being from Florida and you have to come up here and visit fucking Ripley's Aquarium at Smokies in order to show jellyfish in a tank? You're from fucking Florida, bro. maybe the most tragic thing of all, other than lockdowns, lies, and bullshit. Imagine that. I don't know. How much tickets are there? Quite expensive. Like, you can't find jellyfish. You can't see them in Florida? The fuck? I know you can. I've seen them myself. Come up here to give you all a video of jellyfish in a tank in northeast Tennessee. I guess on the Gatlinburg Smoky Mountain extra day or two vacation they got after leaving with all the things. Narratives and lies, mostly to figure out to y'all. But yeah, the proof's been here tonight. Lockdown's hot ass fire much like JC and Adrian and Jenny. But anyway, carrying on. It's always been here. No needing their fuckery. No needing. You have to ask yourselves why it's being done. When it's something we're not even dead set about being a thing. You know? So why do they make it a thing? Especially when the people started here before any of them have ever come or gone anywhere. There's no need to do the things. Let alone come back, lie about it, and push out narratives, right? Peanut is not a smart man. Can't believe this dude had to come back. Can only shoot jellyfish and octopus from a tank in northeast Tennessee. Motherfucker lives in Florida. That's probably the most pathetic thing. Anyway, he's showing y'all what you really paid for. Tickets to Ripley's Park. Anyway, yeah, never mind. You know, there's so many things I want to say. To break this shit show apart. To help unwind it. To help hunt it. And the things around all of it. You know? Try to find the answers. It's truth. But Who in the hell over here is gonna do anything right with anything said or given? Mm, yeah, I think it was scheduled in some country star singer or something they want to lift up as some dream or whatever. I knew they're doing that and whatever. Yeah, I don't know. But whatever, dude. You know, it's fucking stupid at best. It's stupid at best. I don't know about that though. It's just fucking gross. It's pretty vile when you really think about it. Why they're doing it. Why are they all doing it? I don't know. Ew. That is fucking disgusting. What is wrong with this place? Don't answer that. That was rhetorical. Just don't answer it. It's rhetorical. Hold on. Just Alright. You know what? I'm tired. Soul's exhausted. Alright. You know what? Just tired. Also still feel like hell. Not sure why I'm sick. Like I said, I think it's something I ate for real. But I'm a little worn down. Just reading. Reading. I am Lori. Like I said when I got on here, and I've been vomiting and otherwise throughout the night. Pretty badly. Sick. Very sick. And the pieces and fires kept me up otherwise, despite all things. It felt not so hot today. Chill. It's really no different than any other day. But, it's always this walk through Jurassic Park. Somebody tonight did take great exception, obviously, to where they thought I was going, or where things were leading, or what I might say. Don't worry, sunshine. It's coming whether you like it or not. Trolls be damned. Fuckery, secret groups, shit on the ground, ties between all. Don't worry, sunshines. It's coming whether you like it. All of your goddamn liars. You always have been. All out for your own little things. Hmm. Anyway. And tonight, just gonna let everybody take from it what they will. But I'm gonna show you one more time. Because, you know, they do like keeping these motherfuckers going for 6 hours. That way nobody finds the real shit. It's all lost. Well, at least use this stream for one good reason, and that is to show you once again hold on. So, this is what we're going to do. Tonight, at the end of this one. I don't know, Jennifer. You'll have to go look in lockdowns, Ripley's quoting videos for all the things. Maybe he has the news. Alright. Oh well. Okay. That's from 125, 110. Those are Candace dogs you can hear, along with coyotes as they make their travels around Candace dogs. And on, which are obviously scared and shell dogs. It's a nightly thing. Because of their path through, but either way, there's proof. Chasing, Jenny, Adrian, Lockdown, they're full of shit. They're running narratives, games, bullshit. Ask yourselves why. Then, go find this video in my shorts. The first one. Go find it. It's the first video I put up. You can hear the kids from 110 to 125 on the average day. Go ask yourselves why. Lockdown. Noelle. Chasing. Jenny and Adrian have been running narratives and lying to you all along, though all of these things had already been played and posted here on my channel to prove they were fucking liars. None should never be needed to be done. Ask Quiet is far better than them have it. Prove it already. Long before they ever touched ground. Ask why they're doing this. Ask why. Ask why. And who paid for it, indeed enhanced. What's it meant to do? What is the intended purpose of hammering down so hard at something that even I and my children are not like it has to mean XYZ and that there could be an explanation, and that when I sit down and work out puzzles, fires, etc., I take it in and out myself. Ask why. Why is it being done? Over and over again. Though the proof has always been here even before they ever touched down anywhere. That they're all full bullshit. They're all goddamn liars with a narrative, targeting. They're up to shit. Always have been. Ask why. Ask why. Then, I guess lockdown can go ask Dawn. If he's lying or not about this. And I dare Dawn to change his story and lie about this. Because, oh boy.
Screaming and yelling and beating the shit out of her. I got her went out on the back porch and was standing there real quiet, and he's out there screaming and yelling and beating the shit out of her. I got her kids scared to death. I've heard that many times.
Dawn many times has heard screams, sounds from my children and myself as monster abuses. He could hear that even inside his basement, enough to bring him outside. Many, many times. So damn lockdown, now what you and Dawn, Candace gonna do? I don't know what all you're gonna do. I don't care. Maybe stop your narrative bullshit, your lie bullshit, your targeting bullshit. Maybe try that. Goddamn grifting ass pieces of shit. Fucking tragedy pins, my dude. They were doing what they're doing to I, my children, my family, etc. for reasons the rest. Nest together like snakes and seem to pinpoint it in, but all have the worst things slithering around them before and after summer vanished. All wound up in money, among other things. Alright, guys. What's the price of your soul for trying to break down other human beings, destroy them, their family, their children, etc.? Did you even have souls to begin with? I don't doubt it. What's the price of one of yours? Why you put prices on us? Is it just for you? Is it for a group? And why all along? How much did your souls cost? And did you have any before? You're all pieces of shit. Glad you can sleep well at night with it. I can't. And I'm not a piece of shit. At least I try not to be one daily. Hell, I can't sleep with what you all are fucking doing. To everybody else in the damn community and Summers, everything. I don't know how the fuck you all sleep with it. There's not enough money in this goddamn universe. Not enough shiny rocks or anything else to ever make me do what the fuck you son of a bitches are doing. Never. Not in a million years. Not in a million goddamn years. I don't know how you people live with your fucking selves. Let alone sleep. I don't know. Monsters do sleep fine. Even while people beside them bleed out. Even if they're the reason they're bleeding out. The truth. It will come. Whether people like it or not. But all of you all have played in this. Those who inserted in the first few minutes, hours, days, weeks, since. The truth will come about how Summer truly vanished on June 15th. She will be found. I don't give a shit how any of y'all out there feel about that. All these things are coming. The chaos, the mud, jello, horse shit. Ain't none of that gonna stop it. It'll find you all in its own good time. The fucking tragic part is, and something I am very cognizant of every day, is every second, every minute, every hour ticks by. Though I know realities, percentages, these things, not a dumb girl. But depending on who is responsible, and even then, there's a chance Summer is out here every day. Somewhere she does not belong. Almost 100% certainty is not in a good environment. Not nice or kind. And while she can potentially be out here in the situation, this is what you all are fucking doing on purpose. You know, I've wondered every night since June 15th as the sun went down. Even though it's still warm, you know, it's just the sun going down. I could feel, you know, myself getting chilly, and I thought was, man, she's out here, if she's out here, she's getting chilly and cold, she'll holler out soon, something, anything. And every night I spent on those banks, every night since, and every night still, and I always wonder if she's warm. She's okay. I mean, to what degree one can only imagine. But it's usually the first thing with any temperature changes and shit. I always wonder if she's warm. I always wonder. And I always wonder if her belly's full. Every time I eat, I wonder. Every second of every day, there's a chance she's out here. While you all are running up and down goddamn places, putting out narratives, slandering, defaming, harassing, targeting, trying to discredit, over shit that doesn't even... There could be a fucking explanation for, a reason for, that even I don't hold to have to be a thing. You all try to hold to be. Oh well, she's out here. I always wonder if she's warm. If her belly's full. At least that much. And I know that every second that ticks away that she's out here is somewhere that she's not supposed to be. Where nobody can answer that question of whether she's warm or she's been warm or her belly full or whether she's going hungry. And you motherfuckers. You motherfuckers. I love you from the beginning. Ain't a goddamn one of you cared. All of you always wanted her. Just gone. Vanished. Acting like she'd never be found. Didn't matter. Like she was nothing. You didn't want people looking for her, though you've proclaimed it's everybody else not want people to look for her. I just don't want the wrong people to. All these people want her a million miles away from that hollow are immediately dead. Or nobody to care. And honestly, the least likely person of them all was left in the middle of that fucking road. I had no idea about hope or faith really of any kind. But watching her bells have nobody else question, say shit, period, about, worry about. Is she hungry? Is she cold? Where is she? Everybody just wanted her gone. Not really thought of. Didn't matter what realm, it just seemed like everybody else wanted her gone. And for people to give up. And I don't know why that is. That's the way it felt. That's the way it feels still. And I'm just not gonna give up on her. Or the truth. For watching whoever's responsible be brought in shackles. And I don't care whether she's no longer with us or she is. When she's brought back, I don't give a shit how the universe feels about it. I want somebody in death treatment. I want you tragedy pimps, you motherfuckers on the ground here tampering with shit since second one. Trying to get close to that command center. The agents in the search groups. The bullshit, the fuckery, the speechwriters, the fairy tellers, the fucker-uppers. I want all of you. From bottom to top. Health account. I want you goddamn cul-de-sac Karens. All you pieces of shit in between all these tiered level tragedy pimps online. I want to see you all held accountable for your roles in. A lot of you, not just in Summer's case, but in many others before, overlapping, and well, you'll continue until held accountable. Well, y'all go make these goddamn funded trips. Go do the same thing a million times. Wrap yourselves around, lick the asses of, do whatever. Make your money. Put up your photo ops, do bullshit, do things. Feed out narratives. Use them to try to annihilate everything around Summer and her community. Law enforcement. And the truth. And not a damn one of you cares where Summer is. If she's warm, belly's she's found. Honestly, seems like that's a goal of many of you is to keep her from being found. The real person or persons responsible for being found, held accountable, are your own crimes from ever being outed, or you held accountable for them. And what you've done. In Summer's case, maybe others before, since. Yeah, I'm gonna, there's enough proof here tonight that they're lying again. Again, pumping on narrative and targeting again. Just like there always was even before they made touchdowns. Ask yourselves why. Ask why. And maybe one of these fine nights, some of the shattered pieces will come together and be told. And somebody definitely didn't want anything's being talked about around certain things. Take note of when and where those moments occurred in here. I am. Always. Anyway, guys, please do share Summer's picture information. Call her by her name. You all know Well, my version of info is. And, it's local surrounding, law enforcement, state police, TBI, FBI, real investigative journalists, local ones like Bobo and Ansley. Not those like JLR Bullhorn, Enton, the rest. You know how I feel about it. Always remember Summer's Q&A's over on the Fed's website. If you can't find it easy, then you should. And you should definitely go check it out, read it. That way you can't be used by these tragedy pimps like you are. And it at least keeps things in a way to where they can't drift far and y'all are not made to believe half the shit you want. But if you can't find it easy, definitely go to Google, put in search criteria Jeff Bobo Rogers Review. Summer Wells, his articles will pop up. He puts the link to the summer Q&A on the Fed's website in many of his articles. He also copy and paste portions here and there. Do you remember that Bobo and others have some of the cleanest original interviews without tragedy pimp and local interference and all bullshit? You can find those on Kingsport Times News, Hawkins County News over here on YouTube, and Rogers Review. Before all things started being outright tampered with. Those like Cher, Prayer Garden, and the rest. Okay. At least to extreme extents, you know. Also, pay attention to the differences in news pieces airing here versus downstate by real investigative journalists at the same time. They're different, maybe for reasons. I encourage you to watch for yourselves and compare. Same dates and news cycles. In between. But anyway, by info, I never mean YouTube, social media, not even any of our dumbasses around. The community, Summer's life, witnesses, otherwise, June 15th, just life in general, any of it. We're not the info. We're just not. Never will be. All we can ever do is speak from our experiences, life stories around one another, our perspectives, and give pieces and parts of what we witnessed or this and the other, June 15th, and otherwise before or after these other things, but that does not mean that anything for many of us is a thing. Not all things can be things, and nor will all the things from everybody be part of the final puzzle. Just how it is. So we're not the info either. Not. That being said, please share Summer's picture information, color by name. It's a very tangible way to get her brought home to her community, to her brothers, So they, law enforcement courts, can help her tell her story so they can tell it forward, whatever. Because they're the only ones that need to, should be. And I really hope, in the end, it's her in her own voice. I really, truly hope. I really do. I really appreciate it. As always, please, if you can, and do keep in mind it seems wild, but sharing Summer's picture, information, and color and branding is also a way to shake loose the person or persons responsible or get them identified, or somebody to notice something around them and finally have an aha and turn them in, or maybe they get tired of seeing an ocean of Summer's face one day and grow a heart and do the right thing, turn themselves in. But it can also lead to that. As always, please do share the DV/Universal hand signal for help. It saves lives, not just those out in public with abductions, kidnappings, etc., but people who can tap devices up on it where they can't make a call or something. Disabilities, speech issues, strokes, heart attacks, medical emergencies, the elderly, the young, the old, those stuck in hollows where you can't make a peep. And crimes like the Idaho 4, what if they've been thought of or anything, and the other roommates have been able to, just look, guys, they can save so many lives from all kinds of things across the board. It can help leave paper trails as well for those trying to survive abuses and things. And for people saying that DV doesn't matter where it concerns Summer, it does. It was present on both 110 and 125. As you can clearly see, played a role in her life, just as it did my children's. Me, Candace, whether you want to believe that or not. So sharing that hand signal for all kinds of reasons. It matters, and speaking about DV matters. And y'all, as always, I'll leave you with the be good pebbles, good sparks, and a voice when where you can. None of us are perfect, but we can all do these little things when and where we can when we can. That can affect and change the world and lives around us, even if we never know or see it. The little things do matter a great deal. A whole great deal. Anyway, guys, I'm gonna get off here. I'm gonna hang out with my little thing that matters more than anything in the world. I want to rest. rest, listen to the rain, try to stop fires maybe for a bit. And just chill and rest. We'll see. Anyway, guys, hope all of you are happy, healthy, safe, warm, with those you love, or critters you love, or a good book, or wherever you're most at peace and happy. You guys, we're all just floating around in the vast cosmos. In this little tiny blue space. We are but little things on a little thing, and a vast thing. Enjoy your night, days on it. Not every day is promised. For all of us, we can all have the snake hawk moments, or an average Tuesday that turns into not so average Tuesday. Enjoy tonight, tomorrow, on this little blue space. It's a beautiful world, despite sometimes feeling ever so dark. Never forget. I was thinking about that poor hawk this morning, and that snake around. Truly, that poor snake was a loser that day. Poor snake. It's his odds that were terrible. He had the worst odds of them all. Snakes often do. Y'all enjoy the ride on the spec tonight. Much love.